And we're back. We're back at Empress. Oh, no, not Empress Academy. East Academy. It's an E. I'll give it to myself.
Do we get back?
You do, yes.
I thought we were still on the train.
Well, technically you're on the train, but you could be on the train and be back at the same time. So, as of the end of last session, you guys basically finished everything up and the train was heading back. Where we open up our session, about a day has passed. It is late. It is the Saturday the 1st of June, I believe, if I remember correctly. Arriving into the city, Adams would have been picked up by security members of his company, so he would have got off the train somewhat like upon arriving into the city. I don't know if any of you had something you wanted to say to him or otherwise give him or exchange with him, but he would obviously thank you and then head off with his company group.
The engineer from the crash tires.
Yes, that is correct. Yes, Adam Sear.
And here would just sort
wish
of
him luck.
offer
Yes. And
a lamb-she like farewell, like proper like language exchange.
and he'd give you a thank you, basically, just a similar thing back. And then it's not long after that, having traveled through the underside of the city, through the various train tunnels, back into I-2, arriving into the train station. It is late enough at night that the crystal lights are starting to turn on, maybe about 9-10 p.m.-ish, you would say. The station where the train's being like unloaded and the different carriages are being moved away and the engineers are doing their work is busy and noisy. You can see that on the campus itself there are still a few lights on in the workshop where workshop students are still busy working on personal projects even late into the night. And you can see that a couple of the rooms in the main building have their lights on, and it's mostly the dorm windows that are lit up at this point. Axel gets off the train with you guys, has a look at your class, and says, "Take the rest of the weekend for rest. Monday, I'll pull you out of lessons to write up your reports proper. Make sure you get your notes from someone else in your year. Otherwise, it's back to normal. Go get some rest. You've earned it."
That's just tomorrow, though.
A day's what you get.
I want a better workers' compensation contract or something.
It's all experience, Dafer.
We'll plan the
I'm not sure
unionization in the dorms.
David the safe road.
Axel, shoulders his gear and then starts heading towards his office in the main building.
Axel, do you carry the? Like, I point at the lump sack of metal.
Have it stored in the workshop vaults. Use the one that's personal to your class. Make sure no one sees the code.
Alright. Well, I guess it's me then.
Guess I'm following
Anyone
Dafer then.
Okay.
Anyone coming with me to the workshop?
Yep. I got the other half, remember?
Oh, perfect.
Uther and Dather head off towards the workshops themselves. Assuming the rest of you are heading to the dorms, or is there somewhere else you'd like to go this late on a Saturday evening?
I would want to drop off the corpse chirper horn with someone at the workshop to turn it into a musical instrument, but I don't know if that's sort of
There could be
the word degrading.
It could be someone there, Atira, but it is late. The people there are probably quite serious about the projects they're working on. You realize you would be interrupting them at like 9, 10 o'clock at night. In the morning, you could definitely find someone in there, though.
I will head off. Is there anywhere I can go to quickly check if there's been any casualties with the other teams?
You can check your Crystalm tablet, having arrived back in the academy and back within the range of the general Crystalm network. You would have access to the more public reports of like East Academy, and also, you know, you would have access to the stuff that the school stores on its own, like Crystalm plates here on the campus as well, Atira.
I will scroll through. See what I find.
Give me a quick investigation check.
What's the difference between a quick investigation check and a slow investigation check?
How long it takes you to roll?
True.
And hitting the right button.
Okay. Cool.
You no longer have your D4s, so just a natural one. Atira, you scroll quickly through the notice board things, like looking for...
Tablet dies.
Looking through the word like, you know, deceased or death, and you don't see anything.
Okay. That's a good sign. I'm gonna go collapse on my bed.
Heading for the dorms. Dafer and Uther heading into the workshop area. There are a couple of third years in here. At present, they are they're working on like this articulated leg-looking thing. It's a little bit more spiderish, but it's got like maybe frog-like might be the best way of describing what they've got like hooked up to this Crystalline power source right now. But the two of them seem to be arguing over whether this thing is going to tear itself apart if they crank it up to max or not. And there's, you know, one of them is much more conservative while the other one is like, so what? Like, let's just try it. Otherwise, there's no one here really paying much attention.
How many students? 2?
Just 2. Yeah, just 2 students in here.
Okay. I think before, like, I give them a curious glance, like their project as well. Just from the information I can piece together, if I like could do some quick math on what my own personal opinion is, because of like it sounds like an interesting thing to do, like some mental calculations about as we like stow away our metal bits in a locker in the area.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Arcana.
A 10. If it were a spider's leg or like something a bit more humanoid, you'd have a good idea of it, Dafer. With the way that it's like a bunch of tense springs, and it's specifically designed to store a burst of speed, like a frog's leg. It's harder for you to like just sort of compute from the material you're seeing and what it's put together with. However, you would say like the joints are definitely going to be vulnerable to just shearing themselves apart if there is too much force.
Out of curiosity, what material does it look like it's made out of?
Looks like a steel, maybe iron. It's the way that the joints are actually like slotted together. There's like pins that are shoved through holes that have been cut, and then it's just sort of like almost like riveted in place, which could quite easily shake loose and like send half a limb careening through the workshop.
An inflexible material and composition that's prone to ripping itself apart anyway.
Very much so, yeah.
And we're talking about springs that are essentially supposed to like be able to launch the weight of a fully grown and equipped adult.
You're not sure what the full function is, David, because it's just the leg. It could be something that people are supposed to wear. It could be like for a construct or something like that. You know, like a big frog robot, maybe Dafer as well is potential.
But either way, it's supposed to be capable of launching something heavy.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
means that thing has potentially enough energy stored away that for a shellless human, it could punch clean through them.
Yes, yeah. If you were to stand in the wrong place and it were to function correctly, it would probably kill you, let alone if it went wrong.
Okay. Are the springs right now like compressed?
Yes,
Are they...
absolutely. Yeah. They've got it under tension. They're just trying to work out whether they should like hit the button to like have it go off or not. That said, like, they're perfectly safe. They've got like metal screens up for the directions things could ping off. It could obviously ricochet in some crazy way, but they've taken some degree of precaution. It's the laissez-faire conversation. They're obviously both sleep deprived as well. They look quite tired as they're across the other side of the room, but
I assume we're also like it's more of a situation of like not them having positioned it into the middle of the room, but more like they are between us and the leg or something like that.
No, it's just that they're the only other people in the space, right? So obviously they stand out to you, Dave and Uther, as you're like walking in here, especially to tuck away something that you don't want workshop students particularly knowing exists.
Okay.
Let's move quick on trust that thing.
Uther, you think you can give them somewhat of a... You can... to make sure that they stay engrossed in their conversation?
Yeah, sure. I'll hand off my bag of scrap and I'll go over there and engage in conversation with the engineers.
Give me just a persuasion check with advantage, Uther, as it's a topic they'll be interested in, and you're just trying to give a little bit of a distraction.
1 second. There it is. It is lower than I thought it was on that sheet. Oh.
18. Talking to them.
Okay, yeah, no, 18, yes.
Talking to them, what you find out they're kind of working on is, on train wheels, they've got the sort of like circular motion of a series of lever actions where it rotates around. They are working on something that can both make that motion and then store energy for a burst of speed as well. Maybe not used particularly on trains, but like any sort of vehicle.
Looney Tunes ass robot.
Yeah, maybe something like that as well. But like just something that can both complete the range of motion of the momentum of something like that, but also store and then release a big burst of energy if required too. So obviously you get them talking, and there's nothing in the room they're going to notice as Dafer finds the locker and secures it away, setting whatever password you would like, Dafer. It'd be like a numbered code basically on this big locker that you guys have.
I will hit them with the concern of how rigid the material they're using is. But like, I'm not the engineering student is like literally what I'm going to say. I'm not the engineering student, but it seems awful stiff.
They'll keep talking to you. They want to like put extra holes along the material and add in a bunch of elastication basically in order to sort of hold everything together and spread the tension across the entire thing. However, that's proving its own problems because they want the design to wrap around itself as well. So it's like a series of you just keep them talking basically as they're like, yeah, this is how we want to deal with it, and these are the problems we keep bumping into. Alright. But before long, Dafer, your business is done, and Uther, you've talked to them enough that they've sort of like taken enough of a break to realize, oh man, we're fucking exhausted. We probably should not be hitting any buttons tonight. And they start like unplugging various things. And they're like, oh, we'll deal with this tomorrow now. And yeah, I think they would probably walk out of the workshop with you guys as they, put key to door as the last people coming out of the building itself.
Interesting lick you guys are building over there. Like that's gonna pack quite a punch, based on what the springs are looking like.
That's the plan, anyway. Yeah, well, even if it doesn't work how we intend it to, someone will find a use for it, probably.
I mean, based on like if you can how do you plan on powering this thing? I assume it's supposed to be capable of like being reused rapidly, so you'll need some power source to like tighten those springs again when it comes down.
Well, crystalm is how we're testing it, but really any power source that can generate momentum will be used. You could attach it to trains, whatever you really fancy using.
Okay.
Meanwhile, those of you heading to the dorms, walking in, there's a couple of things that stand out to you. One, there is a big sort of, it's almost double base sized, but it's rectangular, this case that is in sort of like the shared living space next to where all the letters come into the pigeonholes. It's beautiful woodwork. It's like very nicely varnished and polished, and it's got engraved into it this design of what looks to be a mountain with a dragon sort of like approaching to land on the peak. But the dragon's head and the peak of the mountain are one of those grid-based puzzle things where you slide a tile at a time, and it's all scrambled up so that the dragon head and mountain is all like fuzzed, and it's like there's no obvious sign of how you would open the case. There's no like hinge or anything on it, just this puzzle piece in the front of it. And that's lent up in the main sort of like room of the shared area. Yeah.
Any air holes on this?
No air holes, no. Look, you couldn't see a way into it if you tried. Other than that, it seems to be Noctis is the only one up right now. He's in the kitchen area. As you walk in, he looks up, gives you a smile, and says, "Will you make it back okay? Don't see Dave or Uther."
They went to the workshop.
Yeah, just getting some weapons fixed up.
Good.
They're dead. They died.
Come in. And he's like, at present, just like, seems to be like stood in the kitchen area, but he's got like several books open on a counter in front of him.
So, kind of lightly kicks the box with her foot.
It's really heavy. It hurts. Adira, you're like, I'll just tap this, and it like there's like no give whatsoever.
What the hell is this?
Other than it's a box with a puzzle on the front of it, it was dropped off for Uther. Some third year brought it by.
Has anyone... Well, I mean, if it's for Uther, I guess no one's tried looking at the puzzle.
I've looked at the puzzle, but touch it, no. It seems fairly easy to solve. Well, obviously it's not mine. Intriguing, yes. Verity has been difficult to keep away from it, I won't lie to you.
I wonder why, she says as her fingers start to slide across the top of the box and get closer to the puzzle.
You'd have to tiptoe to touch the top of that box in here.
Oh my god, it's huge!
It's big.
How'd you get it through the door?
Led down.
Uther, what did you get?
Noctis looks at you, Clara, and says, just so you know, Delphin, he's alive. but he's in the hospital at present. He's unconscious. Some artifact misfired, or I'm not sure, but he's not woken up yet. Seems to be fine, just asleep.
Got it. I'll look into that in the morning.
But I'm glad you're all back okay.
It was interesting. There were a lot of unexpected stops.
He nods. Says, a few of us have had interesting missions this time round. Seems like interesting times.
Maybe we could do with a break from so many interesting times.
We had a 2-month break from interesting times, but yes.
I think not long after that, Uther and Dafer will probably, come through the door. Noctis at present, closing up a few books. He would, as like Uther and Dafer are coming through, he would have sidled his way slowly in conversation back to you, Clara, and saying, do you remember a few months ago, you mentioned that you could play the piano?
I did. Why?
Do you also recall perhaps promising to assist if we were to ever put on another show at the theatre?
I do. Why?
Well, it would seem a new show is about to begin, and a piano player would be useful.
I'm going to ask this as politely as I can find the ability to. Outside of just a piano player, how many musicians are you missing?
We need someone to sing. We need someone who can play the violin. And obviously more members of a choir. Backing vocals are always needed.
Clara's gonna take the giantess's violin out of her backpack. It's a bad time not to mention I can play one of these as well, then.
Well, that's pretty. Where did you get that?
Spoils of War.
I do so love those. That would be very helpful, Clara.
I'd like to mention that war isn't even that far off.
That's not what that means.
That makes it so... Okay. I don't know if I can help you with anything else, though. I don't know any singers. I don't really know many people in the city, full stop.
Well, your very close friend Connor also did promise to help.
You can call him my boyfriend, it's okay.
Well, some people would struggle with that, but boyfriend it is.
And here's
He doesn't sing, as far as I know. Maybe it's a secret talent he's been hiding or something.
Either way, seems like he could pull a rope, lift something heavy if required, yes?
That almost certainly.
Well then, not this weekend, but next we'll be beginning doing, rehearsals, getting things tuned up and ready. Oh, the show is called Riverland Riddles. It's a sort of comedy murder mystery.
Love that. Comedy murder mystery. With music?
With
well,
music,
I suppose
indeed.
Comedy.
Yes.
Cool.
Will.
It's fine. I'll keep my schedule clear.
He hands you a book as he was looking at a few of them and says, if you so desire to read through the inspiration behind it, here you go. It's just a book with the same title, essentially, that he hands over to you.
Thank you. I'll give it a gander.
Good night. See you in the morning.
In the morning.
And then he heads to bed.
Athera's not going to be far behind, feeling still very tired from the excursion. She's going to walk through her door and curl up on her bed, fall asleep looking at the artificial night sky.
So you do. Obviously, Uther, as you walk in, you see the large box that you very quickly piece together is for you.
Uther, why are you being sent essentially massive puzzle cupboards? Enlighten me.
I was told that I had a package, but it would take time to get to me, so I asked someone to go and get it. I did not understand at the time that they were sending me a fucking wardrobe.
I mean, the opening mechanism seems a bit convoluted for a wardrobe. I like to knock on it. Do I get like a rough idea on how hollow it is? Like, is it like a lot of massive wood with
Dafer,
tiny inside bits?
There's no echo whatsoever. As far as you're concerned, this is a solid block of wood.
I'm not even sure there's anything in there, to be honest.
Well, if there was nothing in there, it would make a hollow sound, surely. I'm going to look around the room and just see if I can slide the puzzle open real quick.
As in, like, do the puzzle?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me... I think give me an investigation check. Not overly complicated, Uther. As you finish the puzzle up, the line that exists between the landing dragon and the mountain splits through the wood, and it sort of like becomes openable. You can get your fingers in there and pull it open if you would like.
I assume it's just like the remainder of the team that's in here then.
Yeah, no one else apart from your team, and even Atira's in bed right now, so she can't take it.
I'm just going to do like a shush motion as I open it, because I have no idea what's in here.
Opening it up, there are a few objects in here. One of them you recognize as being like a kit that your mum used to look after her sword. And that's like nestled into like a perfect spot for it up in one corner. Running the length on the left-hand side is a traditional instrument that you're pretty sure your mum couldn't play. It's like this long horn. It's somewhere between like a wooden didgeridoo and a saxophone. It's got more buttons than like a didgeridoo would have, but it's got that curved design of a saxophone at the bottom. It's like this really long horn type thing for the top of being like, it's like a sound that carries down a mountain, right? It used to be like a warning signal instrument that got turned into something a bit more artistic down the years. And then you also see that there is like a folded up animal hide, what you think at first might be like a bag or a piece of like travel clothes appears to actually be a map. It's just like a very old map set into animal skin and folded up into a sort of square in the bottom right.
He packed up the whole damn office, didn't he?
Office? This is... I don't know, this isn't... What do you consider office instruments?
Well, I know my mom couldn't play that. At least not that I'm aware of, so... But no. Will this fit into my room, or...
The whole wardrobe thing?
I assume not.
I think if you took some time to get the hinges off the door, you could get it in your room. As it is now, it wouldn't fit right now.
Okay, that's a tomorrow job. Figuring out what to do with this is a tomorrow job.
You can obviously take the stuff out and put it in your room.
Yeah. I am now curious about the map. I am going to just like gently unfold it due to the nature of its material.
Unfolding it, it looks like, so the back, there's like a backing of a map that is this animal hide, and then stitched into that is a more recent map over the top, and then covered in like a waterproof material that is then studded into the animal skin. So it's like backed by this waterproof animal skin with a clear plasticky type thing over the top, and then inside that is a map of what appears to be the peak of Dulukop. But on first glance at Uther, something about it seems wrong to you. That some things are like misaligned with what you remember it to be, where you're like, oh, directly south of this there should be like the main tunnel through to the center of the city, but it seems to be aligned more to the east, like almost like it's like curved away slightly. So something seems off about it, but you can't like immediately tell exactly why it would be that way.
Studies it for a minute, squinting, folds it back up. Is there any kind of letter, note, anything in here?
Not like contained within the map, or do you want to search the case more thoroughly?
Search the case more thoroughly, because I assume there's something.
Give me an investigation check. 27. You find sort of rolled up and stuffed into the like curve of the instrument. There is in fact a note in there. Taking it out and reading it, Uther?
Yeah.
It's a pretty normal message from your uncle, sort of like saying, found these things in your mother's office. I thought you should have them, considering, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot of, like, very nice, normal-looking stuff. Reading through that, Uther, you get the impression that the horn is being used to smuggle something. There's something else inside that horn. The map has some sort of magical property that is hidden, and the actual like weapon maintaining kit really is just something you thought you should have, considering you took the weapon.
Daver, not now, but tomorrow sometime. Do you feel like ripping the hinges off my door and help me get this thing in there real quick?
Why you mean take it off?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Yeah, I can do.
Excellent. I'm just going to like put the lid back, scramble the puzzle, and that's a tomorrow job.
Yeah. As the puzzle scrambles, the crack in the wood completely heals as if it was never there, and it's just a solid block of wood again.
He is right, though. I probably should have brought a weapon cleaning kit, but... Any other mail that has been left for us in our week and however much change absence?
There are like bits and bobs. None of it's particularly of importance. However, there was a very nice letter in Caliban's pigeonhole, and there's also there is a message in Dafer's, but it's like, how do I put it? It looks more digitally printed than like a handwritten note, and it does have the Immortus insignia on the back of it.
Sorry, Uther has the mail of all of us in the hand, or are we...
Caliban has the really nice note, and your question is, does he have it? No, it's in the pigeonholes.
Okay.
I don't mess with people's mail. That's how you get the post office after you.
Oh, we already had dinner. I could go to bed right now. Oh, well. Might as well check if anything arrived. I look at my pigeonhole stuff. Okay. What's this? I take the, Mortis letter.
Opening it up, it is a message from someone called Praetor Imnity. I'll type that out for you. It is a request to you that he might come onto East Academy's ground to meet with you, to talk about you doing some research and assisting with some studies on Amber at Immortus Academy. It speaks about setting up a meeting between you and one of the students of Immortus Academy to discuss working on Amber off the back of your assistance in the publication made by Dylan.
You're being drafted.
Not even sure why specific. Military implications, I guess. I'm not sure why he wouldn't. He must have also gone to Dylan about this. I'll ask him in the morning. Does he have any? I assume he has left some kind of contact information so that we can set up a meeting. When I please, essentially.
Essentially, you're able to send a message through Crystalm in order to get hold of him at Immortus. Yes.
Okay. I'll speak to Dylan about this in the morning, or just tomorrow. Not today.
I don't know if Caliban would like to check the letter he received, or whether he wants to leave it for the morning, or...
I'll check it.
Grabbing hold of it, you would recognize immediately it's from your uncle, for sure.
Oh, God damn it.
For whatever reason, he's made this look very official, which is a little odd. Normally your uncle's the kind of person to send you a "hey, what's up" message across Crystalm, not a fully pressed letter with wax seal and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Opening it up.
Yeah, I'll open it up.
Uh,
He's sees it's robot here. He's like, fuck, I'm gonna have to open this eventually.
Taking a look inside, Caliban, it's essentially a reminder that with your oncoming wedding, that there is still the gift to check, that he is willing to set up a meeting to verify its authenticity, and also that things are calming down, and that a meeting might be set up at an auction that the two of you would be very much excited to go to.
I'm gonna have to talk with... I'm gonna have to talk with Clara about this.
But I assume everyone after that would head their way to sleep. I don't know if there's anyone's got something they want to do.
Yep.
Okay. In which case, Sunday morning brings with it the sound of activity in the kitchen area. It sounds like most of the year twos are out there on a Sunday morning. It's obviously a mix of voices. You also wake up to the sound of construction above you guys, which is unusual. The construction workers don't usually work the weekends. They usually work during school hours on the Monday to the Friday. But yeah, now that you're kind of waking up, you can hear the sound of people discussing like setting windows in and getting everything kind of like set up on the second floor above you guys that's being put in.
Schedule.
This sucks. I don't wanna.
Pulling myself out of bed, I'm gonna move into the main room.
Moving into the main room, Atira, you see Verity and Luis. They are kind of like sat on the sofa together. Verity very much trying not to stare at the box that from her point of view still has not been undone, and yet she seems painfully aware that the scrambling is different. She's like staring at it like someone's touched this and I was told not to. Like so she's just like glaring at it. You also see Tamara is in the kitchen, not cooking, but right now brewing like coffee and tea and things like that, while other people just sit around in different spots on sofas and so on. You don't see Seth and you don't see Amrita. Those are the two that kind of seem to be missing from your brief look at Atira.
Good morning, everyone.
You get a little cornucopia, a little different, like, hey, hi, morning. Verity jumps up and kind of says, hey, Atira, is this your box?
I believe that would be Uther's.
And she walks away from you immediately. Atira sits back down, arms crossed, glaring
I don't
at
think
them.
he's going to give you permission.
She gives you a middle finger.
Oh, love you too. Yeah, as the thanks I get for a $500 axolotl plush. Yeah, sure. She will sit and sort of wait for breakfast, and I'm going to push out the question. What are they installing upstairs?
Likely another dorm floor.
Tamara nods as Dafer walks out. Says, yes, another dorm floor for another 12 students or so. I think they're trying to double all of the year sizes going forward.
Do we know if they're planning to put the hot tub in this one?
Tamara gives you a like, oh my god, Atira sort of look. Just like a like. Really?
Your one dorms have one?
No hot tubs for you. But actually, that does. You know, I've heard that apparently in these kinds of cities you have some I don't know, wellness dedicated buildings or the like.
Tamara looks at you and
I
says,
don't know what that.
like a spa?
Yeah, I think that's the word.
He nods. I think such structures are modeled after the eastern trade cities, and she would look around for Uther if he's about and say, I think they have them on the mountaintops.
I mean, they might exist in Duakop. I've been there. Let's say just having a decent bath, or like as in like full bathtub, warm bathtub experience is already an experience.
It can be relaxing.
Oh god.
She slides you a cup of coffee.
I actually might need that.
No breakfast, I'm afraid, to wake up to, Dafer, unless you're willing to cook. Delphin usually does it, but unfortunately he's not able to at present.
I heard about that. Is something about an artifact?
Tamara nods and says, Seth and Delphin were... You remember they went to a structure where they were assisting in some archaeological processes? They went back there again this time. Some, Seth won't say what it was, but something was uncovered there. And during the investigation, Delphin was, I don't know, affected. He's been asleep, unconscious for over a week now.
Not great. And do we know specifically if it was just an artifact, a disease, or like what area this is, magical, biological?
She shrugs and says, the researchers on site can figure it out. He's at a hospital in the city now, and hopefully they're able to work out what it is, but Seth seems to think it is a curse of some description.
Sam, are curses their entirely own field that does not interfere with magical tech stuff, or would there be some kind of crossover thing that I could think of, or like, is there any chance that my Arcana knowledge actually applies here, or would this actually be?
You can give me an Arcana check. That'd be the first. Let's go with that first.
Okay. Like if magic tech and curses can actually intersect.
On a 25, there are some principles in Magitech that come from the spells cast by the goddess, right? Like, the closer it looks to something, the more it behaves like something. That principle of shadow, where because a spindle frame looks humanoid, it behaves more humanoid. The ability for magic to adapt when it's sort of like, people get things like that. Those are sort of called the gifts of the goddess, and those are incorporated into Magitech somewhat. Curses are the other side of this. These are things that were cast upon the world by the Scourge, due to the taboo of looking into them, due to the fact that they aren't very common after the Scourge and the Goddess departed. Not a lot is known about them. They are not integrated, and they're not very well understood at all, Dafer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so chances are basically, well, they're not zero, but it's very unlikely that any of my knowledge applies here in any capacity.
It would be a very specialist field that is required, so likely, someone who knows a lot is going to be needed to figure this one out.
In a surprising turn of events, I actually not entirely sure what to make of this.
Tamara looks at you and says, it's been an odd time. Knowing that he's alive is something, but sometimes this feels worse. It's nothing any of us seem to be able to do about it. Seth was already not in the best of places. Now he's in a class alone, so we've been doing our best to keep an eye on him, but he seems to be heading off into the city more and more by himself as of late.
I think some time at a spa would do him some good.
I wish it was that easy, but I think at first he's going to need to want things to get better. Right now he's probably punishing himself.
It would have given me good excuse. I'm not.
Yeah.
Can you think of anything here? I'm just sorry. My mind is very preoccupied with actually using this day to relax potentially, but if if anything else pressing, I might chime in. Not sure how.
She shakes her head and says, "No, nothing urgent. Just enjoy your time off while you've got it."
I'm off, they say. It's a goddamn weekend. It's supposed to be time off. How is this special? It's just one day less.
You said for being at the hospital, Dolphin's being held at the hospital.
She nods. Trying to remember. I can't remember the name of the hospital now. Saint something. Seth would know, but.
Do you think it'd be wise to bother Seth or give him some time?
You have to find him first. He's not in his room, and he was awake before I was.
DM, that sounds like a challenge.
You can certainly go out and try and find him if you'd like it here.
I will go ahead and have a sort of route planned for my day, if you would care to hear it.
Yeah, go for it.
So first, I'm going to go into the workshop and find someone who can make good with handcrafting. I have the corpse stripper horn, and I wish to turn it into a flute, oddly shaped as it is.
Okay. Heading there, Atira, are you looking for, like, Izzy, Dylan, someone you know, or is it, like, anyone you come across, Atira? Like,
I will go for Izzy and
Okay.
present my idea and be like, who would you recommend?
She looks at it and says, well, no one here is particularly a specialist in making instruments. Working with wood, there is a second year whose project seems to be working with some of the bark trimmings that are coming in from Heaven's Pillar and that these days.
Oh? Does this person have a name?
Yes, I think she's from Heaven's Pillar herself. Mary or something? I think she worked with Clara on her weapon as well. Assisted, anyway. Me, too. I don't have too many dealings apart from through Clara. But, you know,
Thank
she
you.
grew up around the material, or at least working more with wood than most of us.
I'll go out looking for her.
Oh, she's here. She like turns and points over to the far end of the room where there is a very young-looking second year. She looks like she could be in your year. She looks like she might even be younger. She's quite like tall. Quite small and petite. That said, she does in fact have like what appears to be bark from the trees in Heaven's Pillars in front of her, and right now she appears to be like jigsawing them together, like putting them together into like hexagonal patterns and trying to get them to tessellate with one another.
I will pat Izzy on the shoulder and start making my way across the room. And as I do so, Adhira is going to run, like push back her hair with her hand and just hat it up. Give herself a new look.
Okay.
It's very faint, slightly more lustrous hair, and almost, you know how when light hits something and it can give off like a different color glow? There is a faint emerald touch to her hair, and where gold was in her eyes, it is now bright green.
Okay. So you take like a tinge of green across everything, basically.
Yes. very subtle for of the moment, and I'm going to come up and place my fingers down on her desk. Hello.
Fingers coming to view first. She turns her head to look at you. She says, hi. Didn't we meet before, briefly? I think, in Clara's original club room. Does that... You look...
Yes.
Hi. Atira, right?
Hi. That's correct. I've heard quite a lot about you.
And as a combat student, I hear things about you all the time.
Oh, what kind of things?
You see her, like, brain flicker between, like, two different answers. She settles on the second one, you would say, Atira. And she says, mostly about the effectiveness of your combat class. You seem to be going on very interesting missions.
And I've heard quite a bit about your work. Or rather, I've seen the results of your work with Clara's weapon. She took down a V-Rex with one shot.
I'm glad I could assist her. That means a lot to me.
I was wondering if I could commission you for something.
Commission? Well, I'm technically not supposed to work on first-year students. The thing with Clara was more of a... I mean, what would it be?
Well, they say that no one works with wood as well as you do, and...
Please don't say it like that.
From...
Eyebrows.
That's on you. That's not me. If you have anyone to blame, it is not the little Lamshi girl.
No one does woodworking like
Oh,
you. It's
never
perfectly
heard.
fine.
She has not been. Look, her culture has not been around a lot of wood, so the phrasings are not
Lesbians, I understand.
Hey, Adhira is bisexual. It's equal opportunity. The most profit.
Now, if you say the sand gets everywhere, she will immediately blush.
A relationship, not a money laundering scheme.
Depends who you ask.
Anyway,
Difference.
And Hera pulls out the corpse chipper horn and sets it down in front of Mary. What is her last name, by the way?
You don't know?
I tore this off of a creature that was using it to, well, control a bunch of corpses. I was wondering, with woodwinds being something of a specialty for my part of the world, if you could refine this into a proper instrument. I don't need it to do anything magical, but if effect happens to take place, I won't complain. I just want it really treated.
She picks it up, holds it in her hand, kind of balances it so that she finds out where the center of its weight is on a single finger and kind of looks at it, ends up looking inside of it, puts it underneath this crystalline. It looks like a magnifying glass, but it's like, when she puts it underneath it, it glows with whatever school of magic it is. So it's like a sheet of thing that when the light goes through, it gives you some indication of what kind of magic is on it. She says, you're aware this is necromantic in nature, yes?
I figured.
And you're sure you want the enchantment stripped from it?
Would there be a way to keep the enchantment to a degree?
Well, there would be, but I think the effect would probably be quite gauche, wouldn't it? Liable to cause corpses to... Well, depending on how many bodies are around, you could end up with quite a few of them, you know, on their feet.
Well, I would just have to be careful not to play in the graveyard.
she sort of frowns a little and says, I suppose so. She looks at you and says, I can do this. You wouldn't mind getting approval from your instructor, right?
Sure.
Oh, okay.
He knows me.
Of course, and I'm not trying to say you do anything untoward with it. Just better safe than sorry for me, right?
Of course.
Well, I'll keep it here until I receive a note from Axel, right?
Right.
She opens up the drawer, slides it in, kind of locks it closed.
I will head on out. I will grab and identify Crystal first before I forget, and then I will head to Axel's office. I think for safety she's going to dismiss the effect. Her eyes return to normal. Her hair loses the sort of emerald luster.
Atira, give me a perception check. And you're quite certain about this course of action. I mean, I could say I'm comfortable with it, but I won't lie, it gives me some measure of things could go wrong. I understand. And you're hearing this through the door as you're sort of outside of it at present from Axel's office.
Do I recognize the other voice?
There is no other voice.
Hey, so we've had a long rest, right? Like, this is our long rest?
Technically, yeah, it's Sunday, yeah.
There's a chair right outside, right?
Yeah, there probably would be. Or at least a bench.
I'm going to plop down and fall asleep.
You fall asleep. What would you like to do as your spirit drifts from your body?
I am going to... I learn from my mistakes. I thought there was something in Clara's room.
She says like a liar.
That detected me. I'm going to fly up and turn myself into my spirit form as something small, envisioning myself as something small, like a mouse or a snake. A vent. Any vents above Axel's?
Give me a wisdom check with advantage. Oh, sorry, charisma. It's charisma for you. I'll take your first roll and your modifier, so that was a 19 in total. You managed to, perhaps worryingly quickly, take on the form of this mouse in spirit form. Very quickly, you managed to trick your psyche into taking the shape. Finding yourself in not a vent, so to speak, but there are, like, you're able to, sort of like phase yourself behind the curtains, basically, Atira. So, like, you're just like a mouse with its head coming through the wall with the curtain between you and what's going on. Obviously, that means you can't quite see what's in there right now, but if you would like to peek, you certainly can.
I will peek.
Give me a perception check. On a 19, looking around the corner, Axel is sat at his desk, completely alone in the room, seemingly continue to have a conversation, as he says, I'm very confident my class is capable of that, but I'm unsure on the rest of the year. Yes, you're right. It would be odd. Okay. And have we heard anything more about Delphin? Okay, I understand. perhaps moving Seth into Class 4 is the right move at this time. Yes. And then suddenly there's like his attention seems to shift in the room, so he like sits up a little taller. On a 19 perception, you hear him sniff at the air, like.
I am backing out.
As you back out, you see him turn towards like the curtains, but he doesn't like move them at all. He just has like a slightly odd look on his face before he turns back around and starts getting back to paperwork.
Everybody can see ghosts now, apparently.
Couldn't see you. He looked right at you, Atira, and couldn't see anything.
I know, but he also sort of knows what I'm about. That's the thing. I'm going to pop back in my body, wake myself up, make myself presentable, wipe away any drool that, she might have, that sort of thing, and then wait 2 minutes and then knock on the door.
Come in.
Open the door.
Oh,
Look at him.
Atira. I was just thinking about you. Are you doing well?
Doing fine. It feels nice to be back on campus. I see that you are back to the daily grind.
Yes. It turns out that paperwork, it waits for you. How can I help?
I was hoping to get a signed permission from you for a little item that I'm commissioning. You remember that corpse chirper I killed?
Yes, I do. You took the horn, right?
I did. I wanted to turn it into a woodwind. I wouldn't quite call it a flute. I don't really think
An instrument.
there is an instrument. Bit of a necromantic enchantment still on it. Would have to
Give me a persuasion check, Atira. Axion says, who have you managed to get to take the object? I assume they want permission.
Yes. The second year that did work on Clara's weapon. Very talented.
Mary, I remember. Okay.
Yes.
Fine, I'll write her a note.
Okie dokie. Sort of stops. It's like, there's no one buried on campus, right?
Thinks for a moment and says, to my awareness, no. Please don't make me regret
There's
writing
small
this note.
Animals?
I could not tell you.
I will keep that in mind.
Maybe you should check with Terminus before you do anything silly. I can't believe I just said that.
I know what I'm about, but I also... My culture has a lot of respect for the preservation of the dead. I have to choose what I raise with caution.
Please do consider the respect and the wishes of those that follow them after their demise.
I just wouldn't want to be playing this at a festival and all of a sudden a platoon of departed gerbils start coming out of the ground.
If you do not want that, perhaps you should get an instrument that doesn't raise the dead, Atira. Perhaps that would be
But
it.
this...
Impossible.
See you later. Oh,
Yes?
Delphin, do you know what hospital he's in?
Saint Telluric.
Telluric. Patron saint of what?
The earth, I believe. Dirt. Nature, I don't know.
Nice. Thank you, Axel.
You're welcome.
Any insight? I just a sort of base insight check on what's weighing on his mind.
Yeah, give me an insight check. Akira, he seems concerned most of all about you and your class, you would say. Of all the topics you talked about in there, he was most concerned about why you were here and what you needed than any other word that he put any stress or emphasis on.
Poor man. I will go and return. I assume I have a note now?
No, he would send the note to the workshop when he's done with it. He's got other things to do. He wouldn't write it out immediately.
Gotta prevent risk of forgery. Gotta come from the desk of...
Yeah, handing you something with his signature on it is probably not high up on his list of to-dos.
I don't want to be that guy, but what do you mean?
You immediately were thinking about copying his. Like, I can hear it in your brain, let alone Atira's.
Most
Don't be
blatantly
silly.
sus you've
Don't.
ever been.
Don't be stupid. I'll get Kale to do it.
I am hitting the emergency meeting button and shoving my arm off.
While Atira's off organizing the development of her corpse-raising flute, is there anything else people would like to do with their mornings in particular?
Caliban is gonna have to go fix his rapier turned short sword.
That's true. Do you want to do that yourself in the workshop? Do you want to take it to the workshop for like Dylan or Izzy, Caliban? Like, what do you want to do?
He's gonna do it himself.
Okay. Heading into the workshop, give me an Arcana check with advantage, Caliban.
I bet. Let me see. Arcana with advantage. Oh wow.
Fine. It looks like, in like the little workshop area that's personal to you in the dorms. Yeah, Caliban, I assume that was.
I mean, it could be in a public area.
Okay, so heading to the main workshop, so Dayfur would have come along with you. Heading in, it's like a busy Sunday morning. You find a desk. You start working on your weapon, Caliban. What you discover is the tip of your blade was like hit with a transmutation field, and at the very end of the blade, there's still like a layer of... It looks like it turned the end of your weapon to stone, so it like became brittle and snapped off. But some of that enchantment has traveled like further into the core of your weapon, to the point where replacing the blade entirely seems the actual pointed part of the blade, right? Like all the way up to the actual basket hill. Getting that replaced seems to be what will be needed, Caliban. Like a bigger fix than you initially thought.
Okay, so remember you had 2 rapiers that were sent to Caliban, and he didn't like really use them. He just preferred to use like...
So yeah, it's
he's considering like... I'm having Caliban consider like going back, taking one of those and trying to re-implement like part of it, at least trying to like salvage it.
I got you. Like take the blade off of one and then like putting it on your original weapon, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would take you a while that day, Caliban, but you could definitely do it. I
have my tinker's tools proficiency.
Yeah, do you want it to be a blade that is roughly the same size as the one you had before, or that one of those was a much longer, like a much heavier end of the weapon? So it would be like a longer blade, a little weighted a little differently than you normally would have, but it would like... It would technically be a difference in style for you if you were to change it to the second.
I am considering taking the longer blade, but sort of like I guess, reforging it down to being the same length without really expending anything, so it's a little bit more denser.
Yeah. So like a
So
sort
it
of
does.
yes.
So it doesn't go through the same mistakes of like
Yeah,
snapping off in the
more
future.
reinforced as a material. Yeah, absolutely. Caliban, that will be what you spend a good portion of your day doing, but by the end of it, you will have affixed this new, more reinforced blade to the end of it. Dayfra, you were heading off of Caliban. You see him get to like one of the workbenches and start pulling apart his rapier. But you were looking for Dylan, right, Dayfra?
That is correct.
Looking around, you would find him. Right now, he has 2 plates of amber, and he's seeing how far apart he can get them before a current doesn't flow between them. So there's like zaps of lightning going between 2 plates, and he's like pulling them further and further apart to see how far he can get a lightning bolt to jump. When you walk over, like, he eventually gets it far enough back, he like takes off a pair of these darkened like goggles. Blinks as the light kind of comes into his eyes, and then he sees you, Dayfra, and you see the irises slowly adjust, and he says, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you so soon after we got back."
Hey, Dylan.
Hey, what's up?
Still looking at Amber, I see.
Yeah,
I actually hadn't planned to either. I did receive a slightly confusing letter to me that I would have assumed would likely have reached you as well.
what's it about?
You remember the paper you wrote on the Amber smite mechanism we developed?
Of course.
Apparently, some sort of traitor immunity is trying to get in contact with me about this. I was wondering if you had been asked as well.
No. I know the name, but I've never received any correspondence from such an individual. He's in charge of the engineering teams at Immortus, if I remember correctly. As well as being a high-ranking member of the Peacekeepers. He's one of the people that is in charge of troop deployments, I believe.
That's significant. I'm okay. Trying to think this through. The way the letter was formulated, like I don't have the exact wording in my head, but would it be sensible to conclude that since he didn't contact Dylan, it's not like he is interested in the theoretical aspects of it, and more like wants somebody to test it again?
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Right.
Dayfra, the 2 things you can come up with are exactly what you just said, and it's a pretext to meet with you for some other reason. It's like an excuse. Those are the only 2 reasons that you can rationalize that, like, either it's more to do with testing, or this is just a made-up reason to, for some reason, meet you.
Okay. That's giving me something to think about. I was mostly trying to reach out to you because I assumed you'd also have told you, and then you could have given me some heads up on what this is about.
He shakes his head and says, just be careful. It's a little odd, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, in general, when Immortus comes calling, you tend to start to be careful about things.
I think it's odd that he asked to meet you here on the campus as well. Why wouldn't he invite you to Immortus?
I mean, a lot of this makes little sense to me. If I cared about the paper, I would actually start to talk to the person that did most of the work there. Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't be more help.
Fine. I'll keep you in the loop if you want.
Well, if you want me to, I can be there for the meeting, if that gives you some more assurance. Throw myself into unfriendly territory, as it were. Well, territory will be ours, but the meeting might not be.
It's fine. I have a shell. Whatever he can throw at me, I'm pretty sure I can survive.
Understood.
Alright. Just odd. Any progress on automating the self-scripting, by the way? On keeping that stable. I know we still have the project like at a standstill on like something that can handle that, like keep the volatility of the Swift Amber core stable enough.
It's a bit of a roadblock. So, whenever I find myself stuck, I work on another, a similar but related project and keep moving through them until I find some way to come back to it. But right now, I'm just looking at conductivity in general. Seems that material makes a big difference, so that's what I'm working on right now.
Yeah. I know we had essentially a material roadblock that we needed something that could stabilize without conducting the current, but I didn't have much luck on it on the current travel regarding this. So.
No, but these things will take time. We had a good breakthrough. That doesn't mean we're always going to get one every time.
That made me so hopeful, though. Oh.
What do you want to do from there, Dafer? Are you spending more time in the workshop or heading?
I think Dafer would make his way to the Sage's library, and after that to a spa. And for the spa purposes, you would actually send off a message into the group chat of like, we are the victors of this great hellish trip they call a field mission. I wish to celebrate this victory in my first visit to a spa. I have no idea what actually is in there. Please, somebody tell me.
I like that Dafer got in a hot tub once and he was like, "This is great. We should do this every week." It's just like this. I figured it out. This is what I want.
I'm building a hot tub in fucking Shield Wall.
Yeah, you get back home and they're like, "What advanced technology do you bring?" And you're like, "This bath gets real warm."
I will be celebrated as a hero.
Probably true. But yeah, you can definitely head. You're heading for like the Sage Project Library, right? With the screen that when you interact with it, like yeah, okay, yeah, all right. Heading across town that way. Uther, Clara, anything in particular either of you would like to do with your Sunday morning or day?
Well, I said I was going to go find Delvin in the hospital. So that's what I would be trying to search out.
I don't know if Adhira would share finding the name of the hospital or not with like the like Crystal chat group or not.
He would. She would also be heading there too. So it would be a case of either they meet up or one of them finds him first.
Up to you guys. You can either arrive there together or Clara, you'd be ahead of Adhira because she'd give you the information while you were probably out in the city anyway.
I don't mind. I'm not bothered either way.
Okay, then we'll say Clara, you arrive at the hospital first. Coming up to the front desk, it's very much the typical hospital environment you'd expect. There's like a waiting room here. There's like two hallway wings and some staircases. And there's a reception where there's a bunch of people kind of busily going in and out. Gentleman at the front desk looks at you. He gives you a smile that is practically like not too happy. It's like warm, but like not joyous, Clara. Like just sort of, I guess with the ability for you to pick up on things so much, even more now you're starting to like see very subtle things in people as you even just look at them. But he looks at you and says, how can I be of help?
I'm looking for someone admitted recently by the name of Delphin.
Yes. Who are you to the patient?
I'm one of his friends. We attend East Academy together.
In which case, another of your classmates is already here, and he would call out the sort of like name and where to go for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
And I will follow his instructions without delay.
Yeah, heading that way, you come to a door that's sort of like propped open. Hospital room, big crystal plate. There's a series of like runic readouts on it that are not scrolling, they're like static. You see Delphin quite clearly asleep in the room, and you see Seth at the window with like a piece of canvas. He seems to be sort of like drawing and looking out the window of the hospital, just kind of quietly sat there right now.
I thought I might find you here.
Sort of bleary-eyed turns to you, not from crying, but more like a lack of sleep, you would say, Clara, looking at him. Gives you a very defeated smile and says, Clara, I heard that you had arrived back yesterday. How, everyone's okay, yeah?
We're fine. There was a lot on that mission, but we have arrived back without too much incident. So, obviously, straight back to work.
Keeping busy. Keeping busy is good.
I don't know anything else.
He kind of looks over at Delphin and looks back at you and says, no change. Still sleeping. Doctors say he doesn't need to eat, doesn't need anything.
I heard it was an artifact of some description.
Nods, says, it's so stupid, but it was a children's doll as far as I could tell upon seeing it. Like something someone would clutch hold to, escaping. This raggedy little thing. I guess it was holding on to something, some curse.
So it would seem. Strange one, though. Curses, at least in my understanding, are meant to be... Well, not that this isn't harsh, but if he needs to just sit, it's not actually draining his body so much that we need to worry about him eating or drinking. It's strange. It's almost more of a preservation technique.
Yeah, he's perfectly fine, perfectly healthy. Whatever it's doing, it's just, like you said, keeping him in some sort of stasis. I don't know what to think of it.
Here, you come here often, I imagine.
Yeah, I try and spend some time here. I think maybe if you just hear some voices around him, who knows what's going on in there.
While we were on our mission,
Mm-hmm.
I collected something that I think might be important. It probably doesn't mean anything, and it's not going to fix the problem, but I think it's better that he has it than I keep it. She's going to reach into her school journal and pull out the pressed flower she got from the Angelarium. It doesn't need water. I've dried it and preserved it. But just keep it by his bedside. I don't want anyone cleaning it up.
Sure. I'll leave some extraction for the staff as well. Where did you... I don't
A statue
recognize...
of the goddess.
I see. Prayer. I suppose that's as good as we can do.
Something a bit more than prayer, actually. Do you know what an angelarium is?
I do, yes.
There was some where we went on our mission. I was asking it some questions, and well, it was responding to me. I may have given it a couple of apologies for my lack of faithfulness now that I've become a teenager and I'm too busy brooding about the world to remember where I came from. It was kind of dumb luck, but if I hadn't been out there, and if it hadn't given me this, well, something bad could have happened to Caliban and then to the rest of us. And then the one actual friend I made on the trip fell off a roof and landed in a pile of them. By all rights, he should have died, but he's still alive. I think it might actually be a sign, and I'm not smug enough to ignore it just for the sake of ignoring it.
Thanks, Claire. That's I hope it helps. I hope it's got another miracle in it.
Well, I'm not planning to just sit around waiting for someone else to do my job for me. I came to gather a little bit of information. I'm a dab hand at medical nonsense.
You're always so helpful for... I don't know if it's just me or if it's in general, but thank you.
I don't like just sitting and waiting for things to change. In my experience, when all I did was sit and wait, the only thing that came was things I didn't like. So I have resolved that with my newfound situation, being somewhere that I wasn't expected to be, and being a trainee knight, I guess, I should probably use that influence for something good. And that does mean to help people. Helping people helps me, I guess. The world goes round.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Just sitting here, I definitely think, even trying to distract myself with art, I keep replaying choices I probably could never have changed. I can't help but feel like a bad omen some days.
Trust me, I know the feeling. It gets easier. It'll get worse before it gets better, but it gets easier. The important thing is, and don't take this the wrong way, but it's not to do what you're doing. The more you try and withdraw from everyone because you feel like that, it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then because there's no one there to reassure you, every bad thing that does happen feels even more like your fault.
You see him kind of like look between Delphin, and kind of look back at the window. You can tell he's chewing on saying something for a little bit. He says, I wasn't born healthy. When my parents had me, I was quite a sick child. Actually, I passed away. I really, by all rights, shouldn't be here. It's because of my sister that I am. She made a deal with something. She really doesn't remember what. I was long dead and burnt to ash when I came back. my parents told me when I reached an age where certain abilities started manifesting. Ever since then, I've wondered what the cost of that deal was. I admit that every time I lose someone, it feels like I'm paying the price for being here. And Delphin was always so positive and happy, and I would get mad at him for that. Because I struggle to be that way, I guess. And now...
No two people have to be identical, but if you feel differently about it now, well, then I suppose, as all of his friends, we have a responsibility to make sure he wakes back up to normal so that you can tell him in person and then say something nice like, I like you more when you're awake, or damn, you do your hair better than the nurses do it, or something.
I don't think I ever find myself saying either of those things, but it would be nice to apologize. I really, really don't want him to never know that I always appreciated it. Really deep down.
Yeah. You are getting enough sleep and things, right?
Probably not. Probably not. Tonight, I'll head to bed early. Make sure I'm awake for studies class in the morning. I promise.
Good.
I think at this point, Itira, having gone to the desk and said, oh, hey, I'm here to see Delphin, they'd be like, oh, 2 of your classmates are here, please go ahead. Like, just continuing to usher well wishes this way. This is where you'd probably come to the door, Itira, as Seth says, but you're right. He has some charts in this room. It doesn't mean much to me, but maybe to you?
Yeah, I suppose.
And that's kind of...
Hello.
Oh, hi, Atir.
I see, but Clara beat me here.
I had a little help. You with the help. I didn't really know where I was going. I just came into the city straight away.
Well, it's good to see that Delphin has a lot of people caring for him. She will walk up to the other side of the bed, running a finger like sort of along the arm. Do I feel anything at like a base sort of arcana or insight?
Give me an insight check, but use your charisma instead of your wisdom.
Okay, so you said arcana?
No,
Or
insight check, but use your charisma.
Okay, so this will be a +3. So, +7. 11.
11 in total. Itira, you can feel that in terms of this, like, in terms of energy flowing through Delphin, it's like static. The flow of life is not moving through the body in the way that you would expect, but interestingly enough, it's not diminishing either. It's like he's stuck in the perfect state of being alive that he was the moment whatever this is hit him. Truly stasis.
She sits down and is just gonna continue to sort of look at him. And then eyes will flick up to Clara and Seth. I'm not interrupting something, am I?
Interrupting what?
Personal conversation?
No, not like that. It'd be weird.
Just talking about the situation.
While she has Adhira's attention, Clara is gonna like. How is she gonna communicate this? She's gonna like maneuver herself slightly behind Seth, point to him, and then point to her eyes.
Can I make an insight check what you're trying?
Yeah, give me an insight
Just
check,
watching.
Atira. 10. Give me about half of what you'd like to communicate, Clara, that you can give to Atira. Whichever half you think is the most important.
I suppose the easier to understand half, the half that's not really implied, is I'm going to look at him with my special eyes.
Okay.
Okay.
Atira, would you like to do anything towards that, or do you just nod?
I nod. I'm going to sort of lean back and enter a conversation with Terminus as she does this.
Okay, so you start talking to Terminus. Is there anything in particular you'd like to talk to Terminus about?
I have a proposal.
Frog pops a little head out. I think Seth would look over her and be like, can your spirit help Delphin at all?
She was talking in her head, but now she will talk out loud. Like, Terminus is... Well, he would use the title of Lord of all that is rotten. Persis might not be that far from his wheelhouse. I was going to suggest leaving him here while I go get some studying done and pick him up and see what he's gleaned. With payment in form of whatever food he wants, I will pick it up on the way back.
I've heard about Jello in hospitals. I'd be quite interested in that.
He's gonna hate it.
Clara, obviously, Seth seems to be watching this conversation between Atira and this frog that he has had brief interactions with. I assume that you would like to do this without particularly being seen, Clara.
Yeah, the other half of the implied was, please keep him distracted so he doesn't notice me staring into his soul. And then immediately, I have a discussion with Terminus. I'm like, well, I fucking hope he's distracted by the frog. The opposite of what I was asking for.
But yeah, he does seem to be somewhat distracted by seeing if, like, the entity of whatever this is can do something for Delphin. So he's listening to this conversation and probably frowning at the word Jello. Like, I think give me an insight check with advantage if you would like to use a hit dice to turn on whatever this is.
16.
Looking at Seth, he is blurred around the edges, a quite literal, like, swirling storm of reddish colors and what you would describe now as, like, you've seen it before and people have called it like a black sand, but you now see it as potentially ash or some sort of like darkened soot-like material. You can tell that there's something beyond the storm deeper inside, but as much as it is like an ability of his to turn into this material, it also seems to be obscuring something on a much deeper level within him, Clara.
Do I get the sense that it is... How do I put this in a way that is sensical? That it is something to do with him that is obscuring what I can see? Or the fact that whatever deal was made on his behalf is obscuring it? Like, am I looking at something that is deliberately being obscured from him, or am I looking at the wrong thing to find out what I want to know?
I think what on a 16, what you feel is, as you look at this obscuring mass and storm, something else from within him is looking back at you from within that obscuring, like, whirlwind of dark and light and red. You get the sense that there is definitely something that a deal was made with that is keeping you from seeing more.
Got it.
Terminus looks at Dolphin and says, that's strange. I don't feel any connection with any part of him whatsoever. Can't believe I'm going to say this, but I think this mortal is immortal.
Yes, but he is stuck. That's the downside.
I wonder what'll happen when he wakes up. Do you think he'll wake up exactly as young as when he went to sleep? Or do you think he'll just, wake up in 80 years and instantly wither to an 80-year-old? Interesting.
His eyes flick up to Seth.
You watch Seth unlock a new worry to think about.
Real-time stress unlock.
So, kind of tilt my head back down towards Terminus. Do you know how we might undo his curse? If there's something specific?
He rotates his head 180 degrees without rotating his body to look back up at you and says, honestly, curses are not the realm of... I know fae and spirits, we cast a lot of long-lasting spells on people that you colloquially might call a curse, but really it's just much more powerful magic than you're used to. If anyone can do anything about it, I would expect it's your boyfriend.
Has Andrus been by yet?
What do you say?
Has Andrus been by yet? She looked up at Seth.
Shakes his head and says, as far as I'm aware, I'm really the only person that's visited. It's not like which hospital it was supposed to be revealed to the public. I just happened to be there when they took him. Actually, how did you find out where we were?
I asked Axel.
I don't think he was supposed to tell you, but okay.
We're friends. We're here to help.
Yes, I'm grateful he did. I just...
Also, our entire class from minute one was kind of bending the rules. We're basically in-year admissions, we're the wrong size, we get sent on missions that should reasonably kill most people. The rules mean nothing. They're a suggestion.
We're almost starting to feel like a year 2 team.
Actually, we still follow the rules, Satyr.
Kind of narrows her eyes at that, but no response.
I think it was a little tongue-in-cheek. You see on his face that he's poking a little fun.
Anyways, I'll see if Andrus knows anything about curses, but I have plans to go by the Sage repository.
Seth nods and says, I'll finish up what I was working on and head back to the academy. They've probably made everyone worry. I should tell them I'm doing better.
He's going to get up. Yeah. And leave.
Anything else you want to do, Clara? Whether you want to hang around and walk back with Seth, or...
If he's gonna leave at a relatively sensible hour, sure. Otherwise, I will be content in my advice giving, and leave with it here.
He's literally just like finishing up a bit of sketch he was working on, so maybe like 20-30 minutes, Clara. So if you want to walk back with him, you can. Otherwise,
yeah, I'll wait the 20-30 minutes and just have a chat.
Yeah, and the two of you just sort of sit in the hospital room and chat for a bit as he finishes up what he was drawing. Uther, is there anything particular you wanted to do that day, that morning?
Yeah, had a bit of a lie-in, probably rolls out of bed, sees the dorm partially abandoned, and just... Oh. If there is any leftover tea or anything like that, he's going to get some. He's going to reopen the box and take the horn out and investigate it in his room.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Investigation.
Taking a look through like a few of the openings, you can see that something is lodged about 3/4 of the way down, or like a little further up than the note was. It's hard to see what it was because it perfectly slots in there. There's like no wiggle room whatsoever. If someone shook it, it wouldn't make a noise or anything like that, Uther. But you can also see that there appears to be like a glass vial with some liquid in it immediately like inside the top as well. But there's a cork in the top that's been painted to be the exact color of the wood. So it looks kind of like there's a stopper in the instrument, but it seems to be attached to a glass vial of some description. The instrument is made of wood, yes.
I am going to, I guess, grab thieves' tools and very carefully try to pry stuff out or disassemble the instrument in some way. I assume it has to come apart for cleaning.
Yeah, either give me a dex-based thieves' tools check or a sleight of hand, either one.
I have one of those, and I'll let you assume which one it is.
I assume it's the thieves' tools. 24. You are able to get something like up and through the holes you would cover to like make the different notes, and then push the vial up from the bottom in order to pop it out. Once you've done that, covering the holes and putting any amount of air pressure into it causes the thing that was like corking the bottom to pop out. Give me an Arcana check, Uther.
Mild fear now.
16?
16?
The vial has some form of blood in it. You're not immediately aware of what kind of blood it is, but it is somewhat viscous, you would say. And it does have, like, coming from the stopper, a like slight faint smell of ozone. The bone is a dragon. It's like a dragon's bone, perhaps, maybe a claw or a tooth. It's pointed. It could also be like a section of bone that's been sharpened. It's not metallic, it's actual bone.
Now, the bone was what came out the bottom, or is
yes.
The bone what was...
The bone came out the bottom, the vial, the blood came out the top.
Hinder, on a sliding scale of 1 to 20, how much should I not have this stuff?
Looking at it, considering what you think it could be, it being parts of a dragon, these are the kind of things that the Stark Assembly would have under lock and key in Dulukop. It is perhaps beyond illegal, perhaps treasonous that you possess this. It is definitely treasonous that your uncle sent it to you.
Going to get us in so much shit.
Of interest to you, of course, is that this seemingly was your mother's. That's what your uncle said, that he found it in your mother's study and sent it to you.
Okay. I guess I need an identification crystal now.
You can definitely go to the workshop and get one.
Yeah, I'm going to just like hide this stuff in my desk, like leave the instrument like on my table, and I'm going to run and get one.
Running and getting one, heading back. Which of the things would you like to identify, I guess?
I guess I'm most curious about the blood right now.
Okay. Identifying the vial of blood. It is most definitely blood of a storm dragon. It has a great many effects, most of which are to do with either attracting or conjuring storms. In particular, this blood most definitely belonged to a dragon that was around for many thousands of years. It's quite concentrated. Give me a history check if you like, Uther.
I'll give you one, because I'm coming to a conclusion and I have concerns. 12.
By your knowledge, Uther, the fact that Dulukop is struck by lightning constantly because of, the storm dragon that rests beneath the mountain is like a widely held, agreed upon myth. It's like one of those things where it's like everyone agrees on it, but there's really no evidence whatsoever. However, what you're looking at, as far as you can tell, would be pretty clear-cut evidence if it were to be presented anywhere. This appears to you to be the blood of essentially like the savior, well, not the savior dragon, but like the dragon of Dulukop.
I don't like the implications that are coming to my mind. Caver, you coward. Just bang that on the side of your desk and open it. That took forever. Yeah, no, he is just I'm hiding that.
Yeah. You hide both the bone and the glass vial, I presume, somewhere in your room in like a drawer, or?
Yeah. Once we get the fancy box in here, I might start shoving my shit I shouldn't have into that. It's just scrambling it, but for right now, it'll just have to go in my desk. I guess I need to look up uses for dragon's blood.
Yeah, you can certainly look into it.
I'll probably go out of the school library for that. I'll probably go up the road. Forgot the name.
Oh, the Witch's Nook?
Terrible. Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright.
I see Daver in the chat. I am not purposely ignoring that, but I also don't want to go there thinking of illegal substances.
You don't want to leave a public record of search history of how to make compost bomb in garage, like.
No. I'm not going on to Google and local uranium dealers near me.
How do I overthrow my government? I live in blah blah blah.
Which overthrowing governments is not Uther's MO.
Protecting. Well, sort of. The family business, I suppose, protecting.
Maintaining status quo is Uther's current priority, because it's working pretty good for him so far.
Maintaining the agenda.
Dafer, I think, headed to the Sage Repository before Atira. So we'll say, Dafer, you arrive in, like, you take the underground train through to the Sage district. I don't know if you've been here before, Dafer, but, like, big columned buildings, very much like museums and research centers and, like, high-rises and things like that. Like, you're just off from the center of Empress City itself, in an area that is, like, pretty well frequented. Heading into the Sage Repository, it's like rows upon rows of bookshelves, and then like a glass floor, and then beneath you can see all the banks of books that have been transcribed into crystal plates that then all connect to this central singular screen with its like instruction of like, put your hand on here and think whatever your query might be. Other than that, there are like a few people around reading books, and a few people that are like people that work here that help out if anyone needs it. But you seem to be left to your own devices, Dafer, as you walk in.
Given that both him and Dylan did not have much of a breakthrough in terms of materials, like, we don't even know where to start in terms of, like, we're basically both hoping for a eureka moment, or like, how do we get a control, how do we manage to not have this volatile amber substance blow up in our faces? Given that we're kind of stuck there, Dafer would be looking for a material or technique or like anything that would allow, in general, techniques for stabilizing energy, or materials that could help in stabilizing energy. You would go from like the more specific, from the more general to amber, because like having these techniques in general could be valuable, so he would be interested in those as well. But if anything has to be specific to amber, that would be the focus.
Give me a Arcana check with advantage.
Okay.
17. Concentrating on the sort of like the flow of thoughts of the thing that you want to accomplish. At first, it gives you some articles on amber itself, most of which isn't of too much use to you, Dafer, but like bits and pieces of it start to help you out with like how the process of it being made is, where there are these lightning rods and there are tubes that are filled with the liquid version, like the sap version of this amber, and then the lightning is funneled into it through two rods on either side. It goes on to talk a little bit about lightning's effects on certain materials. It goes on as well to give you some runes that were used by cultures in order to prevent lightning strikes from hitting certain environments. So some of the stuff to do with Dulukop Peak, it gives you some like actual pictures of carvings that are put into taller buildings on top of Dulukop Peak that seem to be runes that are like, lightning, please hit somewhere else sort of runes. It also gives you articles on ancient stories about storm dragons and things like that, and presupposes that materials from storm dragons would assist, and it goes on as well to talk about shells being a great capacitor. So like the things you use for containing life energy could well be modified perhaps to take on an electrical charge if required.
But but the idea that could arise from that is like if you can funnel electric energy into your shell, it means you might be able to control it through your shell. That means you likely need to like expend mental effort to direct energy out or back into the shard, essentially.
Yes.
You manually with your brain need to manifest, like that would be a technique.
It would be like maintaining concentration, and if your concentration broke, whatever energy was stored but not used up would potentially either leak out, or if the shell was properly modified, it might be able to like contain it instead. But how someone would do that, that's another question altogether, Dayfra. But it does seem potentially possible.
It also, like, if I were to attempt this as I am right now, I would assume that the side effects of this going wrong could be fairly catastrophic, given that I'm not particularly doing well against lightning. So that's another thing to keep in mind. But the runes about Don't Strike Me from Dulukop could be a very valuable addition there in redirecting any side effects away from me.
Yeah, for sure.
It also would actually opens up an opportunity of like triggering an AoE, like just having this energy unleashed and just having it go everywhere but me, please.
You could potentially like curve a lightning bolt as well. Technically, you could get it to like go around corners and things like that, depending on if you were able to set them up ahead of time. I think Adhira, this is where you would walk into like Dafer at the Sage system in the middle of the room, like scrolling through things as you're getting closer.
Seems I'm just seeing everyone today while out and about.
Hi, Adhira. What are you doing here?
I was gonna be doing a little studying for a spell idea.
Oh. Neat.
I see.
I was here myself doing some reading up on how to deal with lightning, or rather how to stabilize lightning in a sense, or rather lightning in Amber. Turns out I either need to get my hands on some very impossible material. I mean, it's the last time you used some Storm Dragon blood or bone. Or scale or whatever. Or I need to potentially turn myself into a grenade. Difficult. Difficult.
Can't say I suggest the latter, but you're a smart guy and we're a resourceful team. I'm sure we can find a way to get those materials or suitable substitutes.
I'll need to think on that. Do you want to talk about her, or do you just want to wander the tunnel?
I can set up for a bit if we want to take turns.
I mean, I pretty much let's say I'm at this phase where I'd need to do some experimentation next to get anywhere, but I planned on going to the spa after this to celebrate a mission well done and see actually what other things spas can have other than whirlpools, apparently.
You say spa?
Hot tubs. Yes. It is a word I've learned recently.
If you don't mind sticking around, I would love to join you.
Of course.
Atira, the terminal is free. What was it you were looking for?
How many figures are there? The general, the witch, the merchant.
Oh, the warrior, the sage, the merchant, the witch, the emperor, the empress, and the judge.
That's 7.
7 indeed.
I will drop the emperor from a lineup of 7 and bring the number down to 6, and I will do some looking into stories told about these figures. Popular ones that people would know. Something about each that finds them.
Do you want to give me which one you want to look into first?
Let's say the witch.
The witch was someone who, under the goddess, individuals were given magical abilities by the goddess. Like, she would unlock magic within someone. The magic that she would unlock was, like, based on who they were. If they were all about protecting people, they would get abjuration magic, and so on and so forth. The witch, when her abilities were unlocked, is seemingly the only mortal in existence to gain access to every kind of magic, necromancy included. She had her abilities unlocked near the end, like near a few years before the goddess left with the scourge, and therefore she was one of the last mages to exist and also one of the greatest mages to ever exist. She was known to create many, many artifacts that are currently under lock and key within Empress, and presumably other people throughout the world probably have them as well. Most notably, of course, she is a person that enchanted many objects with the ability of flight, including the broomstick.
Does it mention as a footnote why she chose a broomstick?
Because every household has a broomstick, so if you have a spell that can turn a broom into a moving device, why wouldn't you?
Can't argue with that. She will step away from the terminal and write that down in her notebook.
Give me an investigation check with advantage as well. It is said by those like early historians in Empress that the witch is one of the people that helped guide people here and was important to the early survival of the settlement, but disappeared without a trace some time before the miracle of Crystalm appeared. It is presumed that she perished fighting Miasmic, attempting to try and get another group to the city, but her final fate is essentially unknown. The Sage system would add that the witch was a person who played at being serious, but would always use her incredible powers to play tricks on people in order to make sure that they would laugh in difficult circumstances.
I can respect that. Bit of a concern. How much does the witch's last known report feel like strikers?
Give me an insight check. Well, she didn't come back, so it's hard to, like, obviously with Stryker, the weird thing is he's alive. With the witch, as far as you know, that she's still dead, so doesn't really feel like it. In that sense.
She thinks about it for far longer than she probably should. I'll do a little bit more work, but my end goal, as I have discussed, is to make a modified version of Enhance Ability, turning it into necromancy, and using it with stories told about these figures. I'm just going to cut the Emperor down from the list of options to sort of keep it workable.
Do you think about that while holding the Sage system, or are you very purposely keeping that from your thoughts while using the Sage system?
I don't think she would have a reason to keep that from the system. She doesn't really know how it would respond to that. I mean, it may sort of help, but it couldn't hurt.
Give me an Arcana check with advantage. Ooh.
God damn, I'm on fire.
It doesn't give you too much of an insight as to what could be done to assist with what you're doing, but a comment does pop up on the screen that there is an odd irony in leaving the Emperor out of your list of individuals for your necromancy spell.
GPT, why is that?
The Sage System Terminal does not follow up further on that comment.
I think sort of repeated a bit more unease in her tone and with a volume that's more to herself. Why is that? Make a note of that, but I will continue.
Okay. Yeah, you spend some time being told, the outline of these individuals, their stories. Some of the titles start to make more sense to you, like this merchant fellow who was able to, appraise anything and make perfect decisions about buying and selling things, and yet was poor, apparently, because basically gave away any sort of monetary wealth all the time, but did store a repository of interesting artifacts, magical or culturally significant, but eventually did get convinced to give away all of those artifacts during the downfall of Zemes. So all of those, there is no repository where all of these great artifacts are, because the last, great act of the merchant was to give it all away.
It was... I think we discussed this, or it was told to Adhira. He made the most of his supply. To achieve what he wanted, he was not stingy. He put
That's correct.
everything. Yes. I think I'm gonna take note of that, especially for the spell. What kind of clock? Do you say this warrants a clock?
This is the kind of thing that I think you'd have to talk to Terminus about, probably in private afterwards, but you've got a decent amount of research on it. I'll put it on a 4 o'clock, I think. Let me change that.
Okay. Nothing more terrifying than an automated system being like, yes, there's some irony of that. Explain. And it doesn't. It's like, what do you know?
No, they didn't call him the Emperor because he ruled over people. They called him the Emperor because he had an army of corpses.
I bet you, out of character, it has something to do with his wife. I bet he resorted to necromancy to bring back the Empress.
That's as good a guess as any, Atira. I'll give you that. That's a solid guess.
This could also... Yeah, I mean, it could have been something unrelated. Where it's like, made really poor legislation about like we're gonna really do a lot of funding for the School of Necromancy, and that backfired so bad.
The ruling class in monarchy is not well known for making super great decisions.
Depends on your king. It's a very mixed bag. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not a king, an emperor.
True. Worse. And then the two of you are heading to what, the closest spa in the center of the city, or?
Yeah. Do we want to send out a message?
Defa already has sent a message into group chat. Uther even saw it. He just wasn't sure how to react to it.
To be fair, you didn't say where you were going. You just said you were going to warn. So, like...
You guys, Adhere and Dafer, give me an investigation check. Both of you separate investigations.
I would post once we have decided on one. Investigation, where's my investigation? Boop. 17.
There we are. There's the other end.
That's the other interesting. You find two spas. One of them is in the center of the city and is 400 gold for an evening. The other one that you find is 1,000 gold for an evening and is in the Nobles Lake district.
400 gold for a single evening.
I don't have 1,000 gold.
I don't have 400 gold. What the fuck?
Do you not have 400 gold?
I don't. I have from what source of money would I have 400 gold? We get an allowance that actually expires by the end of the month.
Are we allowed a +1?
Wait, does it expire?
I can't remember how we ruled it in the end, but like, it would still be difficult to say that.
It, but I still, even then, I only have like 200.
I think if you were to draw it out into another Crystalline card, you could compound it. It would be slightly like cheesing the rules a little bit, but you could do something like compounding it, which people are perfect. Like the Academy wouldn't be like, that's an expellable offense. It would be like, that's a little naughty, but whatever. Like, it doesn't make a big difference to us, I think.
Isn't like 100 gold pieces the yearly winnings of some middle class people?
No, I think that money in Empress is a little bit like inflated in a sense. Like, if you were the average working person in Empress and then you went out to like Trismere for a holiday, your money would go a lot further than it would in the city. So it's people earn a lot more here, but things also are more expensive, I think is fair to. But yeah, that seems to be the prices: 400 and 1,000 gold for your evening of enjoyment. And Tira, you asked, are you allowed a +1? It's like, well, you can pay for someone else if that's what you're asking.
I have 100,000 gold piece. Sorry, 100,000. I have 130 gold pieces I can throw at you, and then wait for my allowance to come back next month.
I have 597 gold through other funds. I have a school card of 73, so that puts me at 670. And how much do you have? 100.
130. I don't think we took any of the money that we got for us. I think it was all for the academy.
Yeah, that money would have been given by Axel to the headmistress.
So yeah, I like 130. That's what I can contribute.
Bo. No, I'm not gonna break the law. It's alright, Dave. I hear one of the dorms back at school has a hot tub.
Yeah. The prices here. Oh. If I just think on how much 100 gold, how far 100 gold pieces gets you back at Shield Wall.
Yeah, no kidding. Little lad here would kill for. A lot of money.
At this point, you guys would get a message in one on the East Academy school board, and another message from Axel a little bit afterwards. The first message is that all first year students are to attend an assembly Wednesday morning to be given by the headmistress in essentially the main hall. And a little bit after that, Axel would message and say Wednesday evening, Elias Brown has agreed to collect the metal and answer any questions people might have if you would like to go to his apartment that evening on the Wednesday, where he'll take the material.
Okay.
All right.
Neat.
Yeah. I'll have to call myself defeated here. The prices in Empress City just kill me.
Yeah.
Back to the school we are.
Caliban, as you're working on setting the blade properly in, you've done the adjustments, you've made it a denser material. While you get to a point where you can put it down and take a quick break, you see that Mistel's been hanging out just sort of out of eye shot of you to wait for a good time to interrupt you, not wanting to break her concentration. But as she sees you look up, she takes a couple of steps forward and says, "Hey, welcome back."
Hey, you.
Your weapon broke again.
It's gonna be. Seems like it's gonna be a consistent thing.
I guess that's the problem when you're stronger than the blade.
I will take that as a compliment.
It was meant as one. This is a little bit of an awkward question, especially considering she looks around the workshop and it leans in closer and says the whole scam you're playing on your uncle. But my brother's coming to visit the city soon. I know you're technically engaged to Clara.
He air quotes it, engaged.
Yes, exactly. Which obviously has reached far and wide, but it would be nice if you could meet my brother with me.
Of course. And, well, it could be between you and me and your brother, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt to let him in on the whole facade, I would say.
No, he can be a little serious, to be honest with you. That's why I think it would be best if, because we're just friends, right? So,
Sure.
right. So telling him we're just friends isn't lying to him. Right?
Of course, of course.
That said, if I'll send you a message.
Of course. How have you been?
Yeah, I mean, our mission went better than the last one. I think I got back into the swing of things.
That's good to hear. Glad you're doing better.
We actually made it all the way up to the edge of the Laments. Saw the great desert that it tears from. I have no idea how anyone survives there. She's tougher than I first thought. I think that's what I've learned.
And she's not digging around through other people's pockets, that's for sure.
Yes, well, if she learned to bargain a little bit better, then she probably wouldn't have to do it as much. But it seems to have been lucrative for her. I can't fault that.
That is true, and it doesn't help that I'm enabling this behavior.
Well, your teammates, I suppose, supporting each other is what you're supposed to do.
I mean, I could do better to enable people's better behaviors, I would say.
Considering you and Clara are scamming your uncle, perhaps such mirrors should be turned inwards, but I understand what you're saying.
Look, look.
I'm looking.
It's fine if I do it.
Oh, yes, of course, because you're a noble.
Not because I'm a noble, but because have you met Bahanir?
Tangentially, yes, I understand. Perhaps it is you who's encouraging him to do his better behaviors through this deception. I know what it's like to have family that is tough to deal with. Not quite like Bahanir, of course, but in fact, it's kind of the opposite.
Oh.
My brother Cadmus is his name. He's being trained to replace my dad on the Stark Council. It's not a hereditary position, but I don't think that will matter. He's very forthright about what he's trying to become. I don't know why he's visiting. He didn't tell me. It sets me a little on edge, I won't lie. That's why it would be nice if you were there.
What would I expect?
I'm sure you've been to plenty of meetings with nobles that think very much of themselves and the importance of whatever it is that they're supposed to be doing. I guess expect to be treated like, even though you're important, he's more so. You can handle that, right?
Of course. How do I put this? Caliban is aware of his own status as somebody who is more than a little haughty.
Honestly, if you were more of that during the meeting, it would probably go better than you being, the actual reasonable person that you are.
Well, I could always do with a little bit more practice in front of more noble types.
For all I know, he learnt that we are friends and this is all just a ruse to get you in the room with him, so I might be playing straight into his hands, but I'm fed up of overthinking things.
That's good to hear. the through with overthinking things, I mean.
Yeah. Do you know what? Why don't I actually put some effort into that? Caliban, I like you. In a way that makes it awkward to ask you about meeting my brother because of the ruse you're playing with Clara, because I like you in a romantic sense.
And Caliban sort of like freezes because like he's not used to like this level of upfrontedness.
Mm-hmm.
But he sort of like nods and sort of oh, we've all got into relationships. And he sort of like nods and is like, I feel the same. Like, he's trying to figure out, like...
I just want to be clear. You have romantic feelings for me, not yourself, yes?
There's enough room... There's enough room in my heart to share between yourself and me.
Oh my god!
In some sense...
How did you manage to find a word on?
I actually expected that you would say that. I know that acting upon this at present, when the ruse must be maintained, would be somewhat difficult. As such, I will fully accept not referring to each other by specified titles such as boyfriend and girlfriend until whatever deception has been complete. That will give you some time to think of better things to say than what you just did as well.
Hey, I'll have you know, I put a lot of effort into that response.
I think some degree of practice might assist you. I will also endeavor to think upon the right things to say as well. I do not see myself as above you in this situation.
And I will have to admit that this is a little out of my own wheelhouse as well.
Indeed. I would appreciate if we could spend some time together, even if it is simply hanging out among our classes or otherwise. Apart from that, I wish you all the best with the rest of the reparations of your weapon.
If we may schedule we may schedule a hanging out of sorts, he sort of like motions with his fingers, not date.
Indeed. Perhaps after combat classes on Friday.
I will check my schedule and see if I am free then.
I will send you a message through the Crystal tablets to remind you, because you may get swept away with the weird stuff that your class gets involved in.
I don't know how it happens.
I have some inkling.
And you're just gonna leave me out of it?
See you later, Caliban. And then she smiles and sort of like turns and she gets to like the door and walks out, and you see her stand there for a second and like decompress and then walk with like way less stiffness away from that door. Like she like marches to the front door of the workshop, gets outside, and then like and then like almost like slinks away weak.
He's like, wait. He looks at her, trying to reach out to her, turns around, sees his weapon, looks back at her, looks back at his weapon. He's like, fuck.
And with that, she heads back to her dorm. Uther, you went to the Witch's Nook. Heading in, you see Vera at the desk and some of the other staff as well. She looks up at you with the look of like vague recollection, and then she remembers and says, Uther from East Academy.
Yes, correct.
I assume you're here to check out some books?
You got anything on dragons?
In what capacity, be it fiction or otherwise?
Non-fiction.
Yeah, we've got some stuff on the second floor, and I also got some books down in the archives that are stored away. There aren't too many people looking up factual dragon stories. I'm afraid to say the fictional aspect of it is much more packed, as she like gestures at this like huge bookcase that is just stories about dragons.
I'm trying to remember if Uther has been into the archives or not.
No, I think it's Clara has been, and someone
Yeah,
else
I went
as
there, there
well. I can't remember who else it was, but I think one other person.
Well, now I'm curious. What's in the archives?
Mostly books that we haven't sorted yet, and some books that, if an inspection were to come through, may be taken. Mm-hmm. Of interest to you, Uther?
Sure, why not?
She turns to someone else and says, "Can you hold the front desk for me?" And then she stands up and pulls out like an old school oil lamp from underneath the desk, lights it, and starts walking towards a door where she says, "Follow me."
Okay. Yeah, I'll just follow her down.
Yeah, leading down. Give me a perception check, Uther.
1 second. $24.
Having met with her before, she's got like a few like scars on her face and like other places. Having the lantern and being up and behind her, you can see that the scarring like goes down her neck as well, and it looks like it might be like full body, where she has these like scars from like head to toe. It's obviously always stood out to you that she had some of these markings, but like from the angle you're at, you can see the sheer extent of it. It's like all the way around her neck. It looks like it goes like around her arms and things as well. It's like no part of her body that doesn't have some amount of like this lighter shade where you can see the scar material. As you're heading down, like the light peels back more and more of the walls. And you can see that the Witch's Nook, like maybe once upon a time was used for like a different purpose. Maybe like a brewery or something like that. Uther, you're not sure, but there's like these little pod areas where you would say that like barrels and things would be stored for aging or something like that is sort of what stands out to you. But it's like all very old stonework. It's the kind of thing that probably was like, there was like a building here before that was leveled, and then the library or whatever building it was before was built on top. But they kept the old basement, so it's like proper like dungeon flagstones down here. She eventually shows you into
how is the mildew situation?
It looks like they're keeping it dry somehow, Uther. There's like a faint smell of something, maybe incense or something like that that's being burned to keep the scent normal. But obviously with them storing books down here, they've taken some efforts to like dehumidify it and things like that as well. Yeah. It's cold though. That's what you'd say Uther is. Like it's got that sort of like cave chill to it where the temperature is always a regular like 17 degrees or whatever it is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
50. Oh well. 50 Fahrenheit.
Yeah. Opens up like a pretty heavy set wooden door. And then you can see that like this room has quite a few books in it. She pulls a few like sort of from memory of location of where it is and puts it down on the table for you. And she says, feel free to check the shelves. There might be more. These are just the ones that I recalled seeing when I was checking our inventory.
I appreciate the help. How is everything going with this place, out of curiosity?
Business goes up and down. Mostly it's students from your academy that come here, so when the away missions happen, business does tick down a little. Overall, though, we're making enough to keep the place open, and occasionally I find a book in here that a collector is interested in that I don't mind parting with, so that's helped keep the doors open.
If you haven't been in the loop, I think they're speeding up the additional dorm process, so you might have more.
Yeah, more students is more good for us as far as I'm concerned. How was your mission this time?
I think if we had just had 2 parts of what turned into a 4-part mission, it would have been a breeze. But we had a mission, a side mission, and then we stumbled into a couple of other missions.
Certainly sounds dangerous. I was about to say that complications are probably the norm, but when that complication can kill you, maybe not so much. What happened?
We were hunting a V-Rex, but then we stumbled into the territory of a local Fey spirit.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
It's not quite a 1,000-yard stare that comes over Uther, but he just mumbles. The black dog smiles, but it does not bring comfort.
Perhaps folk horror then, rather than fairy tale.
It's a spirit of... It's a local spirit of coming to age. It's not that. It has a purpose in the local ecosystem, but it has broadened its scope to also include the coming of age.
It's interesting.
For humans.
I've actually seen an uptick in the number of books published with that very trope. I would say about 50% of the new books that arrive here are in some way some sort of coming-of-age story.
Interesting.
The world's a funny place, isn't it?
It doesn't appear to be a malicious spirit, but I don't think it understands fully what it's trying to do.
Perhaps more dangerous than if it did. Who can say?
I don't know what happens if you fail its test. I'm glad we didn't have to find out.
Passing is passing, I guess. That sounds like 2 parts. There was more?
There was an incident with a crashed airship on our way out.
What can bring down an airship? Miasmic, I suppose.
I'm going to be hopeful and say corporate sabotage.
Well,
because I don't want to think about the more concerning theories.
No one can hear us down here. If you want to share, you certainly can. I'm not going to tell anyone.
Paladins were moving in the northern areas.
I remember the message they spread. And a paladin attacked you?
Well, they were the cargo was missing, so...
Right. They mentioned something about starving the city or strangling it or something. I guess taking things from cargo ships and trains, that's one way to do it.
And then, like, the last part is just, went to scout out some ruins, turns out they were in use, and then just the politicking that comes between trying to get what we want and not be the bad guy.
All in all, sounds like it was a lot of experiences. Certainly the Academy is putting you through your training.
It feels like a lot for how short of a time we've been here, and I'm not sure if that's intentional or if we are just very luck compromised.
One way or the other, you're the future, I suppose.
repeat that? I did not catch that.
One way or another, you're the future, I suppose. We want the future to be the best it can be.
Well, we're coming out better than some other teams in the academy, so...
I suppose you can't argue with results. Anyway, I've kept you from your reading long enough. I'll leave you the lantern.
Out of curiosity, does this place get reception down here? I assume not.
No, it's very hard to get any sort of signal out of here, I'm afraid.
I think I'm going to, go up the stairs real quick, to a landing, and put my tablet scroll thing on the corner, so that way, if I get a message, I can hear the ping.
I can hold it behind my desk if you'd like. I'll let you know if you get a message.
Do they have locks, Hector?
Yeah, you can set a passcode.
Then yeah, Uther definitely has one, so he'll do that then.
Yeah.
I know my classmates were talking about wanting to do something in the evening, and they never clarified on if that was a surefire thing and they had a location or not, so.
She says,
Dafer has discovered the wonders of heated water, and now he tries to find hot tubs, and I think he was looking for a spa.
Not cheap here. Probably going to run into some problems.
Oh, then I probably don't have to worry about that message then. Unless he wants to cry in the group chat.
20 minutes later, looks down at phone, preview, just nothing but crying faces. But yeah, Uther, give me an investigation check with advantage.
Investigation. I don't know why I have to look for it. It's one of the 5 things on my list that's actually got a check mark next to it.
You got one more with your advantage as well. So.
Oh.
Come on. Are you being specific about dragon's blood, or are you being more general, Uther?
I think in this instance I will be super specific, since I have a vial of the stuff to figure out what to do with.
You are aware, so the act of making dragons is essentially recorded in history as the single biggest transmutation spell that was cast of all time. A global sort of affecting spell in which natural disasters and great swaths of land were converted into entities that embodied essentially the harsher parts of nature, and more specifically the natural devastation of what they were embodying beforehand, be it landslides, earthquakes, storms, or so on.
I feel like we've had this discussion before. How is a dragon different than just the river spirit in the train?
Well, the river.
It sounds like they have a little bit of an overlap.
Yeah, so the river spirit in the train that predates the existence of the goddess and the scourge, basically. You can think of them as naturally occurring things. The scourge created dragons, essentially the same way that the goddess created angels, in a sense. It's a spell that was cast upon the world, so they came into existence after the fact. So, that said, dragon material has a great propensity for changing or changing things. So either the material itself is very good at being transmuted, or it can be used to transmute things. You find mention of rituals in which people use dragon's blood to essentially become more draconic. Either gaining scales, the ability to breathe the material or otherwise like gain some sense of say tremor sense if it was an earthquake dragon's blood or something like that. There are rituals essentially for altering the gift of the goddess within yourself in order to be more like a dragon's gift. So in the example of Clara, as you're reading this, Uther, you would understand it that she might lose her strange eyesight that she has. In exchange, it might make her eyes do something more in line with whatever dragon's blood it was, or it might completely overwrite it itself. Same for Axel. He might lose the ability to turn into the more wolven form that he has. In exchange, he might be able to shift into a draconic form with the use of dragon's blood. Yes, that's one of the primary like old sort of taboo things because it's seen as overwriting the gift of the goddess you had, right? Like it's seen as like, oh, we're besmirching the goddess now to become more like a thing the Scourge created. So it sort of like fell out of practice, especially since dragon's blood got rarer and rarer as dragons sort of were either killed in the Crusades or otherwise went into hiding. You also see the material that is like marinated, otherwise soaked or steeped in dragon's blood, will become magical and take on some of the properties as well. For example, leaving a metal submerged in dragon's blood, it will eventually absorb the blood and take on some of the properties of said blood. Those are.
I assume that takes a lot for depending on the material, though.
Yeah, it would take enough to at least coat the like outside of whatever material it was, as long as obviously the material wasn't like a huge block and you were just counting the outside. So, for example, steeping Caliban's thin rapier blade in it would be somewhat easier. Actually, your mum's blade being a katana with the thinness of that as well, you might have enough, although your mum's sword is particularly huge would be the problem there.
Yeah, that was my thought, is like, I think I'm going to run into a quantity issue here.
But you could maybe do it to the handle of the blade, whatever effect that might have, you're not sure, Uther, but that's another way of using it. You also see something about using it with ink and creating tattoos with it. It seems like that has a similar effect as like ingesting it, but more... less pronounced, but more controllable.
Uther is just taking notes.
You find a couple of other books in here, one of which that does seem to be an interesting set of diagrams of dragon skeletons that have been found. It looks like it's a professor of one of the museums in the Sage District who's probably dead by now. It's like a 200-year-old book that you're holding here, Uther. But it seems like there might be a decent display of dragon's bones in like the main museum in the Sage District as well, if that was something you wanted to take a look at.
That might be a trip one of these days.
Other than that, you don't find too much more. I think eventually Vera would bring down your phone as well and be like, seems like the spa plan's been cancelled due to cost, and I think you got a couple of other pings as well. Here you go. Hands you your phone.
Looking at the offline messages.
Yeah, you would see the there's going to be an assembly on Wednesday and Elias Brayon message as well, so those are the two that would have come through when you were down there.
What do they want on a Wednesday? That'll be Uther. We'll just read for a while and do something else. I don't know.
I assume at this point everyone would head back to the dormitories for the evening, unless there's anything eager that people have before they head back. Seems like not. Arriving back at the dormitories, you would find Seth hanging out with a couple of people. He would go to bed at like 7 o'clock that night, but you can see the energy that was a little bit more on edge before that seems to have settled a bit more. And things get back to something a little bit more normal in the second year dorms. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything you guys want to share. Otherwise, it would go to the evening and you guys would go to sleep.
I think Devo would, after having his bar trip plan brutally cancelled by fucked up pricing, capitalism. Devo would actually take the time, now that he has time, would take the time to respond to the message that he had received from Praetor Empress.
Yeah, what would you like to send back?
I have 25 words, right?
What was that, sorry?
I have 25 words, right?
No, it's a letter.
Oh,
Texting on the phone, messaging.
Oh, you can just send as many as you want through the crystal tablet, that's fine.
What's a crystal?
Blow his phone up.
I did not understand what I was receiving. I thought it was like a digital.
You got a
letter.
Yeah.
You got a letter, but you can respond via like phone message now.
Yes.
Right.
Gotten contact info.
Right. In that case, I'd just send in a more formal Dafer. We're formulating things. Yeah, we can meet up. He stated on academy grounds. I don't have the wording of the letter.
Yeah. So he was like, "Hey, I'd like to bring in a mortar student for you to meet, and we'd like to meet you on Empress on the East Academy grounds."
Okay. Can do tomorrow after lessons. Blah blah blah. Then.
You get a message back that says, "Most grateful for the expediency of the meeting. I will bring one student with me. We will await you at the front gate come the closing hours of your education, which I believe to be 5.
I assume this is correct?
Yes.
I don't recall how long this
Yeah.
was. Okay. I confirm. And yeah, then I get to making dinner. Which I think would be at this point I haven't actually had anything like more fruity veggie heavy in a while. So I think it would be salad with chicken breast.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody.
Yeah. People are excited to have a good chef back in the dormitories as well. Anyone have anyone they'd like to talk to? Or?
I'll hang out with the class for a bit.
Yeah. Hanging out with Verity and Luis, they talk about our mission was to test the deployment of this new crystal. It's not like a bomb, so to speak, but it expands a marquee field rapidly over an area. You can use it to clear out miasmic remains in the field. Worked pretty well. Sort of overloaded a little bit. Verity looks at Luce and says, overloaded a little bit? I went half blind. Bloody thing was so bright.
Better than whole blind?
Oh, yes. I got better. I can still see. It's just... I guess don't look at it would probably need to be in the instruction manual somewhere. Which Luis replies, you know, not looking at bombs going off is probably, in general, a solid thing to do.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but that's kind of like a a common sense thing.
Verity kicks her legs out and puts it up and says, common sense doesn't apply to EKs. We're different.
Incorrectly.
Hidden from the others, I just kind of reach a hand back into my bag and feel the flashbang that's just rolling around loose in there.
No.
Now that I have your attention, everyone.
I have the talking stick. Boom.
Verity would look over you at
I
here
need to get smoke bombs.
and say, you talked to your boyfriend since you've been back?
No, not yet. We've been kind of busy. Something happened.
Well, that's my question for you. Normally you'd be glued to him.
It was a hell of a mission.
And that means you don't want the comfort of cuddles? What's wrong with you?
Day's not over yet. Sweet cheeks.
Luis raises an eyebrow at you. Verity says, you've been reading too many of my books.
Over your books now.
They're in my bookshelf.
Is Luis talking to me?
No, this is Verity.
Oh, I thought you were saying
Yeah,
all of those books were his. I was like,
Gotcha. No.
I'm reading fiction. I am reading good stories.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Well, it's good for someone.
Terminus pops out of his lamp and says, not good for me.
And here it stands up. I'm gonna go check on Andres.
You bringing me with you? Why have you left the lamp?
I am leaving Terminus with the group.
What?
We had a puzzle. We had a puzzle we had to solve. And she tried to offer one of her novels to the puzzle.
I think everyone laughs as Satira's leaving the room about her trying to offer smart as something of great value to this ancient giant ruin.
My wisdom is not appreciated in this scenario. I am a visionary!
Yeah, but that's a vision you should keep for yourself.
I'm going straight through Andrus's window using the race step.
Luckily he's not in there. You just arrive in his bedroom. You're just completely alone in that space as you shift in through.
It gives me time to pose on the bed, I guess.
How long are you willing to wait?
Oh, I'm probably willing to wait a while. I'll probably pull out a book and just start reading and actually get super comfortable.
Eventually, maybe after 30 or so minutes, you hear some voices and then you hear a click and the door open. Andres walks in, looks at you, and then tilts his head and blinks and then sees you there and says, I heard you were back. How did you... Never mind. You okay?
Yeah, just a long mission.
What is that you're reading?
By back the fantasy novel.
Looks interesting. Let me borrow it when you're done with it.
Okay.
Closes the door behind him. Walks over it.
She written one.
Gives you a hug. And then says, no one hurt, I hope.
Thankfully, I think we got in way over our head in several different areas.
We ended up in a tangle with some of those sin agents that you've been dealing with.
I'd hate to hear that. Did you meet any of the named devices?
Not sure. We were in the Dulacop region dealing with some Ravagers that had slipped through the sort of bombard perimeter. And there were crystalline vehicles out there in the middle of nowhere. Looked like they were capturing miasmic, loading them up and shipping them off. One of them, don't know how to describe it, but constant stream of explosions that seemed to be emanating from any object they got hold of. It was like they could pick up a rock and throw it at you, it would eventually detonate. And if they had a rifle, the bullets that they shot from it would eventually detonate as well. It's like everything just went off like a grenade.
I have an idea of that might be, but I couldn't 100% say for certain. Stayed clear of him, or beat him up, or?
Actually, it was Niall that took care of them. We were pretty pinned down bad. I thought Charuru would be able to get to him, but it basically put a line between us that would detonate every time Charuru tried to get close. Niall seemed to slip through somehow. They're not even sure what they did. They just were next to him at some point. That was enough of a distraction to sort of rally together and push him back.
That's good. I know he's been really pushing himself to get better and train.
Yeah, too much, I feel, but that said, I think we would have been in real trouble without them doing whatever that was, so I guess I can't say too much.
We encountered someone.
Sin agent?
No. An old EK that had gone missing about 3-4 years ago.
That's odd.
They were surrounded by a constellation.
I see. Is this someone... What happened?
We were investigating a downed airship. And he had originally been pulled into the area because Clara saw a flash, signature of Christon, up on the tower, high point in the geography. We got there the next day, saw the crashed ship, got the survivor out, and then got hit in the back. He's a sniper. Clara got a better look with one of her little familiars, and it was someone that Axel knew, name of Stryker. He was assumed dead, but there he was. He had a weapon made out of pure light and constellations around his head.
You're sure about there being constellations?
I wouldn't take it.
It means whoever
Would
it
I
was...
also be able to confirm, like, getting hit, but it feels like getting hit by Andres?
Yeah, felt like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Says, whoever attacked you has a major prophecy about themselves. The appearance of constellations only occurs when someone has a prophecy of considerable weight. It needs to be something important. It can't be... people can pick up all sorts of tiny prophecies. It's small things that will give them minor benefits. Some people don't realize it, but every day there might be a moment that an ability is picked up and lost in an instance because the prophecy is triggered and fulfilled in that moment there and then. But what you're talking about, constellations, that's someone who's destined to do something major.
Why would he go after us? Why would he go after his airship?
Was there anything in the airship that gave you a clue as to what someone would be after, why they would attack it? What were they transporting?
Marquee field generators. On shipment to the governor of Heaven's Pillar.
I mean, those are important, but fated?
Nothing divine.
Yeah. How odd. Is someone acting alone?
Insight check real quick.
Oh.
It's sort of like in hindsight, so I don't know what you would want for that. Maybe just like straight intelligence or wisdom. But
You're trying to work out what exactly?
could Stryker have been totally unrelated to the airship crash? Would it have been?
You mean insight check?
Yeah, like, did the Paladins get the airship, and then was Stryker there because we were going to be there? Insight.
On an 18, it feels too coincidental to you, Atira. If they were there separate to the Paladins, then if that is the case, then maybe they mistook you for a Paladin. Maybe that's why you were fired upon. That's the one thing you could say that would make sense. But it makes just as much sense that he was a Paladin and that he was left behind to, like, keep an eye on the situation. They both seem equally possible to you.
Follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know enough about Stryker to fulfill the criteria for a Syndic spell?
Yes.
That's all.
But yeah, I guess you tell him... Well, what would you tell him in response to his question, Andrews?
I think in the amount of time that we were there, there's a lot that maybe we might have missed, but for certain I know I do not want to be downrange of that man again.
Makes sense. The prophecy, the magic that we get from these prophecies, a good portion of it is innately linked to divination. The ability to see things at an extreme range is definitely within the wheelhouse of the magics that come from these prophecies. If he was a good shot before, I can only imagine it's better now.
Terrifying.
But I'm glad to know that you guys made it out safe.
Took everything we had. Yeah, did it.
Obviously, you guys can spend some time in his room. I don't know whether you'd like to say anything more, but...
I'm going to offer that I don't exactly have to return to my dorm.
He will accept. Anyone else got anything else they want to do that evening, or are you heading to bed?
Take my door off the hinge and shove the box in my room.
Yeah. With Dayfra's help, you'd be able to move the box into the room, probably. No, definitely. Is that done? Monday would come and go with, like, you guys would be left to write up a pretty hefty report that Axel would check, and you guys would revise until your stories were all really well aligned and so on. So I think Clara, though, you had already done a fair bit of report work on the train on the way back. I remember you mentioning that. Is there anything else that you'd want to squeeze into your Monday at all, Clara, or would you just help out with other people's?
No, because everyone makes fun of me for doing the paperwork, so I can do that.
Yeah.
No,
I
we make fun of you for
instead
doing
am gonna-
Axel's paperwork.
What are you up to,
Sorry,
Clara?
I didn't hear that. I thought you said, oh, well, we needed our instructor to be even less available. I'm gonna drop by the workshop real quick.
Yeah, heading into the workshop Monday, pretty much every workshop student would be in there, and some of the, like, instructors would be going around assisting with some of the more you must build a circuit. You must do, like, learn these runes sort of work that they have to do. Is there anyone in particular you're looking for? Or anything?
I suppose I'd either be looking for Mary or Izzy, like whoever looks less busy.
Izzy is probably right now in front of an instructor doing a, like, you have to write down this rune, cover it, and then copy it, and then look to see how it looks on the other side. You can see the life draining from her as she has to do these, like, rote tasks. Mary, on the other hand, seems to be with another group of year 2s. And actually, Clara, you would recognize the object that's kind of, like, behind them, set against the wall. There's a gravestone, an angelarium set inside of what appears to be, like, some kind of mechanical mechanism that Mary and some other students are taking notes on. But she seems to be less, like, immediately pressed by, like, an instructor or something like that.
Yeah, I'll wander in her direction.
As you get closer, she would, like, perk up, look around, see you, and then say, Clara, hey. I heard from Adhira you made it back fine, so good to see you.
Adhira came to see you?
Yeah, she wanted a flute made out of some sort of horn. I got a note from Axel saying it's okay, even though, yeah, it's a little spooky. What's up?
Wow, I'm impressed she actually went to him and asked properly instead of just asking me to forge his signature. Truly, the world does heal. Speaking of musical instrument requests, I actually have one myself.
Oh, this is interesting. What is it?
On our mission, we retrieved some interesting things. I'm gonna take the violin out and put it on, I suppose, one of the workbenches. It's really interesting, actually. It sounds nice. It somehow is still in tune after years of just, well, really rotting away in purgatory. My problem is, I want to take it with me because it can do some cool mending stuff. Like, it can mend mistakes and reinforce walls, which, you know, for someone who approaches combat the way that I do, having a little bit of protection seems wise. The problem is it's attunable, and I'm kind of reliant on carrying at least one crystal with me at all times. Is there a way to put them into things? Could I combine the two?
As in adding a crystal to the construct of the violin itself?
Yes, then I wouldn't have to take them and attune to them separately.
What's the nature of the crystal you would like embedded? The more counter to each other the functions of the objects are, the harder it will be. But it's certainly possible.
I don't really see them as counter to each other. It's pass without trace, I take it everywhere. It's not exactly analogous, but for me they both perform the same role, which is keeping things out of sight.
Yes. There's some mismatch with it making sound and dampening sound, but other than that, your perception of it is what's important as a wielder. I'll give it some thought. It will take a little bit for me to find the right runes to sort of, shall we say, nudge it into the right meaning, but I can probably do it.
I appreciate that.
Of course.
It's just something that I was thinking of, you know.
No, I can definitely make it work. I just don't know how long it will take me without, getting started on it.
It doesn't even have to be right now. I can survive with them separately for a while, but just something I'd rather raise sooner rather than later, just so it's on a radar somewhere.
No, certainly. I'll have a look. Do you mind?
So what are you doing with the Angelarium?
Oh, well, one of the third years went out and apparently found this in a ruin. It seemed to be enshrined, not doing too much. So they brought it back here. We've been trying to work out what effect it has on things like, or mechanical things like engines and otherwise. And the answer seems to be, it depends on who asks.
That sounds about right. Seems like everywhere I turn there's one of these things at the moment.
Well, expeditions seem to be going out more and more. Some of them were left enshrined in certain places out of respect for the goddess and the angels, but with things getting more desperate, more and more of them were actually being picked up and brought here.
Do you keep them in like a warehouse? There's a bunch, like the Angelarium research warehouse?
Well, I'm sure someone out there probably does. I wouldn't like to imagine what some of these companies have in storage, but no, we've only got the one here at the moment. I'm not sure how we're supposed to store it. It feels wrong just putting it in a locker.
Yeah, for sure.
It's still a resting place.
Hey, if you guys get a little bit further into your work and are still running up with, I suppose, no real success, give me a call. I talked to one of these things and it responded to me last time, so...
I'd enjoy a description of the encounter. Not now, perhaps, but sometime in the future. I'd love to hear what happened. It might give us some clues.
Sure. Do you want me to leave the violin here, or shall I just...
It would be
take it with you
easier
until
for
you're less
me if you could leave it with me.
That's fine. I might need to come and pick it up before Saturday. It's not... I can bring it straight back after, but...
No, it's fine.
I promised to play it for a theatre thing.
What a sturdy theatre it will be when you're done.
That's true, actually. I didn't think about that. Maybe I should just deliberately play it among different pieces of the set.
Probably until someone, tries to punch a cardboard screen and the hand doesn't go through. That would probably be funny, yes. I don't mean to pry, but your colleague, your classmate, Itira, she seemed to be somewhat eager to possess an artifact with necromantic abilities. I don't mean to judge, I just... perhaps you should be aware.
We're aware. Axel is probably more aware than even I am.
Well, as long as you trust her, I understand that she's under the influence of a spirit, so yes, who knows?
No, I get it. It pays to be cautious. To be completely honest, it pays to be cautious with most things she does. But in this case, I haven't got any evidence to suggest that she'll do something untoward with it. So,
Thank you.
sorry, it's almost like I can hear her voice.
Yeah, it carries.
She has her heart in the right place. Her methods are a little different than what I would necessarily use. But I suppose, in a way, if we believe that the goddess gave us all types of magic, that means she gave us necromancy too, with some sort of use for it. Same as anything, I suppose. All of these weapons we build, you could easily use them for things that are nefariously evil, but we trust that we won't. I understand why necromancy is a little bit harder to get your hands on, but ultimately it's no different than a sword or a fireball.
You would have done great in the workshop, Clara. Just so you know, if the combat class doesn't work out.
Yeah, I think we would have fallen apart when it comes to actually tinkering with my hands. I am blessed with a great many talents, but being covered in oil is not a good look for me.
You see a look upon Mary's face where she's considering whether she believes that or not, and she kind of comes to the conclusion that it probably wouldn't be that awful as she sits there and thinks about what that would look like. But yeah, she eventually like comes back from some sort of daydream as far as you can see Clara, and looks at you and says, anyway, I should be back to my studies.
Yeah, enjoy yourself. I'll see you soon.
You too. With Monday being lost to reports and getting things looked at, I think, unfortunately, Adherent Dayfer, you wouldn't have time to get the shield and scarf looked at that day.
I had the identify crystal.
Oh,
so
that
I
is
wake
true.
Up, next to Empress and use it.
I don't have the notes in front of me, but what I'll do is I'll DM you after the session as to what it does. I know it's something to do with, like, each day you pick what season the scarf is, and then each day you have an ability based on what season the scarf is. And it's got something to do with when you spend key points. I think it's like in spring when you use the dash action, you like your speed is increased or something. Do you know what I mean? Like it's something to do with how you spend your key points.
So if you know that you're going to be dashing a lot that day, or you plan to run, it's like I'm
yeah, exactly. And it's got like one for Step of the Wind, one for Flurry of Blows, one for the dash one, and something to do with throwing arrows back. I think it's one for each of those 4 things. It enhances them.
As Bernoulli Morgan would say, hell yes.
But yeah, I'll send you a DM as to exactly what that does after the session.
Okay.
I think Mistel would give you all her notes from that day so that you've got something to look at for the lesson. Monday and Tuesday are basically on the origins of the actual judge system, and the fact that, like, originally when Empress City was founded, the noble houses were purely in charge, but disputes between the noble houses would get quite heated, so the judges were eventually put in place purely to mediate between the nobility. And then slowly over time, as the management of the city became something that, like, a decidedly select elite few of that amount couldn't do, the council of judges expanded and expanded until eventually they were the dominant deciders within the city, and the noble houses had their, like, responsibilities, like, not stripped away is, like, a really harsh way of putting it. It eventually was like, oh, you guys don't need to worry about that. You're much too important. Why don't you have some, plebeian in the council of judges deal with the border defense of the city now? And so on, like, until it was eventually, like, pulled away from them bit by bit. But yeah, that's like what's in Mistel's notes and sort of what you attend on Tuesday as to the lectures that you were put into. I think the last thing I'll cover is Wednesday morning, all of the first years, including non-combat students. Oh, was that Monday day for some reason I thought it was Wednesday evening. Monday in the evening after you're done writing your reports, Dayfer, you would have a I don't know, would you be like there on the dot at the door, or would you be like waiting for some sort of notice, Dayfer, or?
I mean, I have pretty, like, we said 5 p.m. and I have perfect sense of time.
True.
So I'd just be there.
You arrive there, and like as you're walking towards the main gate, 2 individuals are walking to the main gate as well. A older man, like grayed hair, gray beard. He gives you a similar sort of energy as Grim, but he's like a much smaller guy, like in like a truly like up, down, left, like muscles and everything. He's like a much thinner looking version of Grim, without the scars and like a little bit more pampered. It's like an alternate universe version of this guy who took a desk job and got really rich and was like perfectly happy with it. But he's like wearing this like really nice robe, that reminds you of some of the clothing that like Caliban might wear, but it's like somewhere between like a rich noble's attire and like a businessman's clothing, so there are some modern elements sort of woven into it. Next to him, Daver, give me an insight check.
Nothing.
There is a student of roughly your age, Daver, you would say. It's hard for you to tell exactly where they're from, but at a push, you would say from Empress City itself. They have like little bits of metallic framing like around their hand, so it's not quite a gauntlet like you would wear, but there's like metal that runs from the fingertip down the knuckle joints around the back. It like follows the bones of the hand, but it's on the outside and it like runs up their forearm. It's on their right arm and it comes up the left side of the face, again following like the jawbone and then going down the side of the neck and like following the clavicle. So there's like a metal exoskeleton that goes from the right hand up the arm, around, across the chest and up to the left-hand side. And it looks like the metal ends at the point where like it is touching the... I don't know what that's called. In the ear, it's not the lobe, but it's like the little sticky out bit that like covers the whole of your ear that you can like push in to make it so that you can't hear anything. The metal like ends just at that point there. I've got no idea what that's called.
I should know, but I can't remember what it's called.
But yeah, it stops just there. And there's a sort of like... It reminds you a little bit of Caliban. There's like an aloofness to the face, but it's less offensive of an aloofness to his appearance. The tragus. It goes up to the tragus. Thank you.
I was actively Googling.
The Praetor walks up to like the gate just as you're like telling them he can be let in. Steps through. He smiles at you and says, "I appreciate your punctuality, Dafer."
Greetings. I appreciate yours. I assume this is the student you wanted me to meet?
Yes, of course. I am Praetor Dahl. I am Praetor Imnity. This is Dahl. D-A-H-L. The individual that you are bidden to meet does not speak, but does bow.
Okay.
He steps across the threshold of the academy and says, perhaps we can walk and talk somewhere private enough that the conversation remains between the three of us.
Off the top of my head, are there any locations I can think of where
On
that
a
would be the case?
Monday,
It also wouldn't be too far away from people.
Yeah, on a Monday, most of the club activities aren't running, and there's like a pretty big field area at the other side of the academy. That seems like a good place to you off the top of your head, Dafer.
Sorry, to a field area near the academy?
No, in the academy walls itself, there is an area where certain clubs do field activities, but because it's not club activity day, the field would be clear.
Okay, club activity field in the academy. Okay. I know just the place. Follow me.
Walking with you, looks around and says, "It's been some time since I've been on the East Academy grounds. I can see that it is expanding. Very good."
It's taking up quite a lot of resources just to do the expansion, from what I can tell.
Yes, resources. That is, to some degree, what I'm here to talk to you about, actually. I understand that you had a hand in assisting a member of your engineering classes in a breakthrough discovery that has caught the attention of the Council of Judges. First of all, please allow me to commend you. Second of all, own engineering group is working on a somewhat similar project. However, so far there has been less of a breakthrough due to many of our students being incompatible with the training type. The testing type, I should say.
Sam, I am trying to understand what he's saying, and I'm falling short. So he's like the what he's trying to formulate in the nice way is none of them will survive testing with an Amber Smite.
He said that they're not compatible with the testing type. He didn't say they were dying. So it
Okay,
literally.
I don't know what testing type means. It could be like the
You can
type
ask
of
him.
person. Okay. By testing type, you were referring to the type of person that would be doing the testing?
Yes. More specifically, upon reading the report, it would seem that you have combat knowledge of using the ambar in a conflict. Beyond that, you seemingly have some way of directing or otherwise utilizing the force in a safe manner. I would like you to assist with this, either teaching your techniques or otherwise demonstrating them to my engineering students.
And I believe in such scenario. Let me think real quick. It looks like he's aiming for a one-sided knowledge transfer. I'm trying to figure out if I can get anything for Dylan out of this. What? Like the way this sounds is they're stuck, and Dylan isn't. So Dylan has a very significant heads up on them at the moment because of that.
I would like to say that, of course, that you yourself would be compensated. You mentioned limited availability of resources. I understand that both your home and this academy are struggling in such a way. I would be willing to open up a certain line of material credit, be it ambar or other arcane resources. I happen to have a certain amount of pull for what could be brought through to both your academy and your home.
In what dimensions would we be talking about?
I could have provided to your home crystals capable of conjuring food and drink. In addition to that, I'd be willing to open a new line of transportation of ambar into your academy. And there would, of course, be a generous stipend of wealth directed purely towards you as well, Dafer. I'd be willing to pay you 1,000 gold per day that you were available.
To put things into perspective for me, Sam, for field law in general, let's say, I don't know, we wanted to significantly reinforce the walls or something, some kind of infrastructural project of let's say a medium scale. What levels of money are we talking about if we try to go for the reasonable option without doing it super mega fancy, so super used?
If you wanted a wall that so your outer perimeter wall is pretty big and expansive. Your settlement's probably for being a rural settlement, it's one of the biggest ones that survives out there, Dafer. Having the full wall upgraded would be in the tens of thousands of gold sort of range. However, having come to this academy, you've become aware of arcane crystals such as things like the Wall of Stone spell, which if even a single one of them was given to your settlement, that could be used to upgrade the settlement slowly over time, essentially for free as long as they had the crystal. So if you don't think food and water is the most expensive thing, telling him that a wall of stone crystal, like a 5th level, like something a bit more high-powered would be sent there, that would be of great use to your people, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, unironically, wall of stone is one of the most, like, infrastructurally, it is one of the best spells out there. I mean, what cost? If you could turn those food crystals into one for into one for a wall of stone, then I believe we could make this work. Of course, in between, like this will need to fall into my general academic work, but
yes, I of course would not, shall we say, interrupt your lessons here. In fact, while you're on Immortus grounds, feel free to avail yourself of any of the educational materials or otherwise that you would find as well. It has become clear to us at the Academy that if you were to transfer, which is not what I am insisting, you would have a place at our Academy. But for now,
Daver, yeah.
this
Daver carefully considers that, but I don't think he's too serious about that, so he doesn't get too much of a stock in it.
This wall of stone crystal I will add on top of the food and drink that I have offered to your settlement as well. And of course, at any point during our business deal with each other, when you visit Immortus Academy to assist, if you feel that the deal is no longer in your favor or otherwise that you feel misused, you may back out without recourse.
I think Daver would nod at that. Okay. I believe I can agree to these terms. Might I inquire on what Al is here for in this particular case? If this is just so far, this has only been a negotiation between you and me.
He looks at Dahl and says, "Please, go ahead and tell Dafer what it is you're working on. As much as we'll need to get a more signed document, this verbal agreement is enough for me to say that we can pull back the curtain a little bit." Dahl looks at you, Dafer, and says, I'm designing a sort of floating version of a construct. They're capable of a great degree of mobility. They're much smaller than you might think upon me saying that. Perhaps if I show you one? He reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a metal tube that is hollow, that you can see that Crystalm has been pushed into the tube. The tube itself is maybe half a foot long and about half an inch in diameter. And when he lets go of it, it doesn't drop and just kind of hangs there in front of you to look at.
Might I touch this?
Of course you may.
I mostly just tap it to see, if it moves, if it's stuck in the air, or if it moves at his direction, if it moves autonomously.
Tapping it, Dafer, it sinks a little and then, rises back up. It's not, locked in space, but it does seem to be autonomously maintaining its position.
the positioning is done without your explicit instruction. You just tell it, "Hey, this is the space," and it sticks there itself.
Dahl shakes his head and says, "No, I am, shall we say, concentrating on its position. Although, thinking about it, it doesn't have to be so, shall we say, precise. I just have to have an intention which it interprets."
Hmm?
Normally, this
What's
kind
your
of thing,
thought?
well, as much as I can conceptually visualize, which right now isn't too far, but enough that I can, if I know what's around that corner over there, I could send it. But since I've never seen, I wouldn't be able to do so. Does that make sense?
It does.
Normally, this kind of thing would be accomplished with a codex. My system doesn't require one.
Very interesting. I
The
assume you have runes inscribed on the crystal inside the tube?
I do not. The crystal is a power source, and as he's talking, the thing drops to the ground, and he says, which, as you can see, runs out quickly. Amber, however, has been shown to be, shall we say, more energy dense. I was hoping that spending some time working on it with you might allow me to make more of a breakthrough, like you did with Dylan.
I'll try and see what I can do. What you are trying to accomplish here is a bit on the opposite range of what I tried to accomplish with Dylan. We were trying for let's say, a discharge, a very controlled discharge as quickly as possible into like a rough direction, into a guided rough direction. What you're trying to do is essentially stabilize the set of energy and discharge it as slowly as possible and just to the right amount needed.
Don nods and says, actually, I know, I read the paper. OBS just disconnected on me. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, you have a little cutout on me.
Heard
I do hear you again.
And I think it's back. A little bit of hiccup on the internet. Don looks at you and says, it's actually the descriptions of your usage that I found most interesting. The idea of the thought you put into the direction of the amber. I have had many of our students attempt to do the same. It would seem that perhaps you possess some unique affinity or something that allowed you to better shape and direct it. I'd like to understand exactly what that might be so that I might... You see, this object I control with my mind, but amber I seem to have no influence over. I'd like to know why you do.
Quick time out then. The Ambarics Might apparatus I built. Did we establish whether only I can use that or whether anyone can use that? I swear we said anyone, but I'm not sure now.
I was using one on my sword for a bit.
Give me an Arcana check, Dave.
Okay. Like I'm trying to make heads or tails of this, and this makes no sense to me.
12? You're right. As far as you're concerned, anyone should be able to do that. You've seen Uther do it. So there's something else going on here. As far as you can tell, he seems earnest. This isn't the kind of person who looks like they're good at lying. They're very eager to work out what this problem is. So for whatever reason, none of the students at Immortus seems to be able to do what you and Uther and anyone else you've tried this with can do very easily. Or there's something else that they're not quite fundamentally understanding. You can tell that, like, they're really at a roadblock here, Dayfra. There's like a fundamental misunderstanding of something going on here that they've got.
I believe then we found our topic on what to look at first when I drop by next time. Or you come here, however you want to slice it. That seems... I'd need to see where exactly things go wrong in order to say more.
Of course. I'll be available any day, Monday to Friday at the Mortis Academy. You just tell me when you're free, and we'll have a car come and pick you up. Praetor Imnity smiles at the two of you and says, good collaboration already. We're looking forward to seeing you soon, Dafer. I'll have the document that details what will be given and what will be owed and due sent to you as soon as I can. But with that, I think our business here is concluded.
I believe it has.
I look forward to seeing you on Immortus grounds. And then he turns and walks away with Dahl. And I think that is where we'll leave this week's session, as we've gotten a little over 10 o'clock at this point. And there we go. We'll end it there. Bye-bye.